wait till it. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. We are live.
Great, thank you. Oops. Good evening and welcome to the April 20, 2021 City Council regular video meeting. I'm Mayor Benson Wong. Tonight's virtual City Council meeting is being brought to you using video conferencing technology provided by Zoom. We're also broadcasting live on MITV Channel 21 and on the city's YouTube channel. City Manager Jesse Bond and other staff members will be participating in tonight's meeting in City Council chambers and also maintaining the recommended social distance. Other staff members will be participating in tonight's meeting remotely. Public audience members will be listening to the meeting by telephone or using the Zoom teleconferencing application. We welcome each one of you and appreciate you joining us tonight. Council members, please have your microphones turned on whenever City Clerk Deb Estrada conducts a roll call during the meeting. The City Clerk will be conducting roll call votes so that we accurately capture each person's vote. City, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Wong.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Weicker. I believe Deputy Mayor Weicker indicated that she would be joining us later this evening. Councilmember Jacobson.
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Here.
Councilmember Neese.
Here.
And Councilmember Anderl. Here. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Council, to ensure that only the U.S. flag is visible, please consider turning off your video camera or stepping out of the view of your camera. And please join Councilmember Rosenbaum in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. We now move to our first item of business, which is to approve the agenda. Council, are there any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Councilmember Jacobson. City Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call regarding the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion passes and the agenda is approved. For this meeting, we continue to utilize the Zoom platform. I'll do my best to recognize you in the order that your hands are raised. After being recognized, you may ask your question. Council, please limit yourself or try to limit yourself to one question and to one follow-up clarifying question if necessary, so that each council member has an opportunity to ask a question before the next round of questioning by council members. We now move to our study session, which is item number 1 of our agenda. This is Agenda Bill 5847, the Mercer Island Community and Event Center and Recreation Programs and Services Strategy Implementation. And during the study session, we're going to be joined by members of our very hardworking Parks and Recreation Commission. And I want to say on behalf of the council, I want to thank our Parks and Recreation Commission commissioners for participating tonight and for all of your past hard work, for all the good and hard work that lies ahead of you as we try to restart city services and return to something that looks more like the pre-pandemic normal. So again, welcome to the commissioners. And Jason Kittner, we also welcome you. You're the Chief Operations and Public Works Director. And also I believe Ryan Daly will be joining us, and he's our Operations and Transition team manager. So Jason, I'm going to let you start the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Wong. Good evening, council members and commissioners. Jason Kittner, your Chief of Operations and Public Works Director. As Mayor Wong mentioned, Ryan Daly, our Operation and Transition Team Manager, is with us this evening, as well as Katie Herzog and Meryl Thomas-Schott, our Ops and Recreation Coordinators, and Emily Moon, our consultant, who have been involved in this Recreation Reset Strategy multiple discussions with the Parks and Recreation Commission since late last year. And as Mayor Wong has mentioned, they have had quite the lift to date and have spent a considerable amount of time discussing this important process and topic. It's important to note that the reset strategy is not a plan to resume everything immediately, but to rebuild in a thoughtful way and to remain nimble and ability to grow and improve over time. At the end of the short slide deck presentation this evening from Emily Moon, our consultant, we are looking for general feedback from the council and commissioners regarding the reset strategy and the proposed phasing plan. And with that, Emily, if you could join us and start your presentation, that would be great.
Great. Thank you very much. Really good. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Wonderful. So tonight, the primary purpose of our meeting is to focus on the reset strategy. And also we will be reviewing the appropriation request and the acceleration plan options as council desires. Part of that appropriation request also includes a request from the Arts Council. So we'll briefly describe that as well. And I'm going to start just by explaining, I know all of you have had an opportunity to read through the packet and the reset strategy itself, but for audience members at home who perhaps don't know what this is all about, I'm going to quickly review that. So the reset strategy is a project that we had, that we began undertaking in December. And when we started this project, the objective that we were given was not short-term or minutely focused. Instead, we were not told how to figure out how to resume everything that had been done in the past, but instead our charge was bigger and broader and more complex. We were tasked with developing a new long-term thoughtful way to approach service delivery, as Jason spoke about. And so the main catalyst, of course, for this was the pandemic. The facility, the Community and Event Center had been closed, and the budget and staff were reduced due to the pandemic. But perhaps more fundamentally, there wasn't enough structure and guidance around how the division should operate for the community. And so that was one of our primary needs and objectives of this project. We did indeed have many substantial goals for the project. We wanted to link priorities of the community and the division to the level of resources and effort that were put into them. We wanted to take advantage of that unique and wonderful amenity that the city of Mercer Island has in its community event center to offset residents' tax investment and to potentially deliver more and better quality services in the future. We also wanted to promote better financial sustainability in the whole system design, thinking about how to use those tax dollars wisely. And we wanted to be very focused on outcomes. We wanted to provide services and programs that were consistent with values and goals. And then lastly, as we'll talk about a lot more tonight, we wanted to clarify who was benefiting from the programs and services and therefore who should pay. So this is just a simple slide that depicts how we developed the strategy. As I said before, we began in earnest in December, and the commission's work really kicked off in January. We had several workshops And the reset was frequently on the commission's regular business meeting agendas as well. And I just want to echo the kudos to the commission. They did indeed put in a lot of hard work on this product, and there is more to come. We also had public input opportunities during those meetings. We utilized the city's public engagement tool of the Let's Talk message board, and we posted a survey there that had over 500 respondents. Great participation by residents and the customers of recreation and the Mercer Island Community and Events Center. We did a ton of research and we looked at best practices. We did a lot of analysis of past data from recreation. And then ultimately we decided to break up our recommendations into two big pieces. The first was an immediate action plan, which the City Council previously approved and provided some funding for, and which allowed the staff to gear up to be able to provide summer camp this summer, and a longer reset strategy, a longer term reset strategy, which is the piece that we're discussing tonight. This is just a simple slide that depicts the architecture of the reset strategy. And tonight we're going to quickly highlight some of the major components in that second row there. Some of the implementation tools and the outputs are in the strategy already, and then others are in development now, and still others will be in development very shortly, according to the phasing plan and as our staffing resources permit us to give attention to each of those tasks. So I've been using this term quite a bit, and I want to define it before we go too much further. Cost recovery and resource allocation are keys to the strategy. And what we mean by cost allocation, cost recovery and resource allocation is setting expectations for the degree to which the operating costs are supported by taxes or the general fund, or the degree to which those same operating costs are supported by user fees or other types of funding sources, non-tax sources. And the resource allocation philosophy takes cues from community values and priorities and reflects those. It also helps to describe which programs and services are considered core. We broke that down into public core, social core, those that would receive some amount of public subsidy, tax dollars, and which are the business sustainability core. And those are the ones that are expected to have some degree of other funding sources and are expected to cover more of their direct costs and perhaps even some indirect costs. So one of the initial steps that the Parks and Rec Commission did was to sort all potential categories of services and programs into what we call the cost recovery pyramid. So they sorted these into buckets or tiers on this pyramid according to who might be the primary beneficiary of the program or service. And I said potential programs and services because we try to create a complete list that not only represented services of the past in Mercer Island, but were based on our sense of what other communities may be offering, and also the categories that have been used by other communities that were also using similar cost recovery or resource allocation model. You will note that each tier has a percentage listed next to it. That's the cost recovery minimum target. And those were based on some benchmarking and spot checks that we did on past performance of city recreation programs and services, other jurisdictions' expectations and their experiences. And our intention is to review these targets periodically. Tier minimums and which programs and services are listed in each tier can change over time. They can be adjusted as we learn about what works and what doesn't work. And we continue to have community conversations and conversations with policymakers as well. The minimums are reflective of our goal for the entire tier. So it's aggregated for all the programs and services within a particular tier. Although our hope is that each member program or service that's listed within a tier will be able to achieve at or above that same minimum. So after we did that sorting exercise and spent a lot of time on analyzing values and goals, we had to get down to how do we apply this philosophy? What are we going to choose to offer, when, and why? And picking and choosing what to offer, when, and why required that we apply the philosophy's goals, which are listed there in those interlocking circles, but also that we attend to the state's pandemic rules, regulations, and guidelines. That body of advice to us and constraints has changed periodically over time over this past year. So it certainly has made it challenging to decide exactly what we could offer and when. So this is where we landed in terms of what we would like to offer. We wanted to develop the foundational services that would support all other operations of the division and the division-wide goals. And so that's largely the bucket of programs and services that we have called the public good social core. And in addition, we desired to get the economic engine going so that we could start to build that financial sustainability that is one of our goals. And so that meant focusing on delivering some of the upper cost recovery tier services first as well. So as that quotation on the right side of the screen states, we wanted to develop an implementation plan that supports the philosophy, represents community values, attends to needs, and will help us perform successfully. So this is another version of the pyramid. This is what you would see if you were to plot the immediate action plan and the proposed accelerated phase 1 plan on the cost recovery pyramid. And you can see that there's a distribution across all tiers, but there are more programs and services listed in that tier 1 and tier 5, as I spoke about before. Again, just a reminder that our ability to implement this entire proposed list is dependent on level of funding provided and the state issued rules and guidance regarding the pandemic. So tonight's allocation request on your regular business agenda is not enough to implement all of the accelerated phase 1 plans, programs, and services, but it certainly will help us get started. And we hope to hear from you tonight about your preferences for that allocation, whether it is indeed beginning to implement this proposed phase 1 or another shorter term scaled back option. Either way, we're fully cognizant of the need to develop a plan that maintains some flexibility with the pandemic conditions. So ultimately, our success at the reset hinges on several factors, some of which the staff may have some ability to control and can take responsibility for, and others that are dependent on City Council or the Parks and Rec Commission, and then some that may be outside of any of our control. And there's still a lot of work to be done in order to carve out our implementation path, and lots of opportunity to grow, to learn, to report back out, and to adjust over time. But tonight, again, we're eager to hear your thoughts on our proposed path. But before we do that, I want to just show you one slide that conveys the Arts Council's request. This is part of the overall rec recovery funding request that's on your regular business agenda tonight. And the Arts Council has been engaged over the last several months developing their own proposal for starting up some arts programs and services and engaging the community for the remainder of 2021. And they are contemplating at this time designing and delivering 1 to 3, perhaps, community-wide events that could be implementing mostly music in the park, 1 to 3 concerts. They would also like to consider using the funds to support a community-wide art project. And then potentially, if the community center is indeed open, to restart some of the gallery operations there. So in a nutshell tonight, we're looking for any feedback and comments that you have on the strategy and the phasing plan. And then during your regular business meeting later, your consideration of the appropriation of the remaining Recreation Recovery Plan startup funding. And so with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, turn it back over to the mayor for discussion. Thank you.
Emily, thank you so much for the presentation, and council realize that this is your first touch on this particular study. And so again, I think as Emily indicated and Jason did as well, they're certainly looking for kind of high level kind of policy discussions, comments, reactions that you might have. And so I'm going to open it up for questions, and I see Councilmember Reynolds, I have your hand, and then Councilmember Rosenbaum.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can cut in
Yes.
line here, we do have our
Yes.
Parks and Recreation Commission members here, and I'd like to invite all of them to turn on their screens now. Our little grid is going to get very busy, but they have been at the center of this discussion, so I'd like them to be here to participate with us.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and again, welcome to the commissioners, and again, feel free to weigh in if a question comes up and you folks have an opinion. Actually, there's going to be, I'm sure, some questions about your thought process during this time. So again, welcome. So with that, Councilmember Reynolds.
Just one quick comment before I add my question, which is just hats off to the Parks and Rec Commission and staff for putting this together. An incredibly thoughtful analysis, really well done. But my question is about the pricing philosophy, and the top of the pyramid showed a recovery target of 150%. Naively, well, part A of the question would be, how does that compare to current pricing philosophy for services of that nature? You know, did we have a similar 150% target? And part B would be, do we think that's an achievable target? Because frankly, if we're charging 50% more than cost, naively, I would assume we'd be priced out of the market by private enterprise.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, be happy to handle that one. So the answer to your question is there weren't cost recovery targets for individual programs or services or categories of programs and services in the past. However, we have taken a look, as I said, we did some spot checks on existing or past programs and services and tried to make sure that our recommendations were achievable, in line with what was possible. Also that they were not completely out of whack with what the marketplace would dictate as being reasonable. And so when we look at those programs and services, they were by and large recovering at or above that level to varying degrees. And if you take private rental of the facility, most types of rentals were recovering more than 100% of their direct costs. And I think the assumption in the past was, although it wasn't in policy, that they would do so. They would help to cover some of the indirect costs and provide some resources for other operations.
Great, thank you. Member Rosenbaum.
Thanks, thanks, Mayor. I also just want to echo Craig's comments and thank the Parks and Rec Commission for all their work. This is no simple task, so thank you for all your time and efforts around that. I wanted to ask a little bit about the survey that we did. If it's in here and I missed it, I apologize. But did we collect demographic information from survey participants?
We did not.
Okay. My only concern around that is a lot of the questions that we asked, I think, could be specific to certain age demographics. And if we don't necessarily know that the survey itself is representative of the island community itself, I'm a little concerned about leaning too far into that. So maybe we can talk about that a little how that influenced how the survey influenced some of your thinking offline, or if you have a quick answer now.
Sure. My quick answer would be it's one of the inputs that we used, but it wasn't the entirety. We have past community surveys. We have participant surveys from past programs. So there's a lot of other additional data. I believe the PRO survey is doing a little bit more work to identify demographics in its surveying. Our choice was to make the survey brief and to encourage as much participation. Sometimes adding demographic questions does cause people to drop out.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Anderl.
Thanks. I was curious about the cost recovery pyramid as well. And I didn't, the slide went by pretty fast, and I don't see it in the hard copy about the percentages of potential cost recovery. But, oh no, I do see it now. But the question the thing that I didn't see was on any of the bullet points, whether island residents were going to be treated differently from non-island residents. And, but I saw in other areas where we would discount rental fees if the person who made the reservation was a resident. So kind of tell me how those things play together. And before you do that, let me actually also thank the Parks Commission and the Parks and Rec staff for putting all of this together. It was truly a monumental task, it seems, and very helpful.
Great. Thank you for your question. We still have a lot of work to do on the policy side. The current policy or past policy and practice has been to give residents a discount for certain programs and services, and we can further describe those maybe in the future. For the time being, for example, with the immediate action plan, we have continued that past practice of giving a price break for residents. Going forward, we want to examine that entire policy, think about where differential pricing might be appropriate, and examine, the categories of demographics or groups that would be appropriate to receive that differential pricing. There's a lot of different ways to do differential pricing, and we need to examine it. We're eager to get some input from policymakers as well. But that's one of the discussions we will be having with the Parks and Rec Commission very shortly, whether we should retain that kind of a policy, what it should look like, what changes we'd like to see, how we want to go about implementing it. It's all to come.
If I may take on real quick to Emily's comment, as we're talking about the policies, you'll hear Emily and some of the staff pointing to additional policy work that's coming. First thing I want to say is set reasonable expectations. We have a lot of policies to update, so it's a long horizon, a year or more to get through all of it. But it would help us, council, and certainly help the park commissioners that are here this evening, if you have a perspective on a policy. For example, resident, non-resident pricing, that is a policy, that is a council policy that you would review and potentially amend down the road. So as we're talking tonight, please feel free to chime in with your thoughts, excuse me, on any of these potential policies that will be worked on.
Thank you, Jesse.
If I could then, since that was my question, I'm definitely in favor of a resident, non-resident pricing structure, because the residents' tax dollars already, support overheads and other unrecovered costs for the center. So, yeah, I think that would be a good thing to consider. I haven't really thought of a downside to doing it, unless, the resident pricing is so favorable that non-residents won't sign up, and then we have empty facilities. But I think that can all be balanced out. But and I definitely like to hear other people's thoughts on it. But that's where I come out right now.
Great, thank you very much, Councilmember Neese.
So, commissioners, I want to first thank you for the work that you did. This is it's a fast start, and it's a huge lift, and obviously it reflects a lot of work. Looking at the cost recovery pyramid, this becomes kind of central to my thinking long term on the facility. And what I'm noticing is that you have 150% going all the way down to 0%. And we know that the community center operated at a deficit that was something like 450,000 or so of general fund contribution per year to keep it operating previously. My question is that with these tiers and with this mix of different types of services at different price points, do we have any sense of what the community center at its full operating capacity with this type of cost recovery pyramid would operate at? Would it break even, be at a deficit? What scale of deficit, or would it actually add to the general fund?
We haven't done a ton of analysis on that yet because part of it is about the mix of programs and services that would be offered, and therefore the demand and utilization, how much we're setting aside different building hours for different purposes. So we haven't gone down to identifying an estimate. I do think it will be helpful. It's been one of the things that I have been recommending, to also try to set a kind of cost recovery target for the entire facility itself. So we will be examining that. Overall, our goal is to try to focus where the tax dollars are being spent, and then wherever possible to start to reduce the reliance on those tax dollars to provide the highest priority programs and services.
Great.
If you're ready, if you're not, you don't have to comment. What you think, where we think we should be headed in terms of the overall subsidy or cost recovery goal, knowing that the Parks Commission and the staff and consultant will be taking a look at that soon.
Well, from a policy perspective, I look at the facility, which is, roughly a 50, maybe $100 million asset. And I think this is a community asset that needs to be fully utilized. And we're balancing in this cost recovery pyramid the benefit of a few greater revenue producing activities that can subsidize those that have a harder time generating revenue or create inequities when you're trying to compare the service that's being offered versus any fees that might be collected from the user to benefit from the programs. And from a policy perspective, what I appreciate is that the commission can head forward with this, have conversations with the community. Maybe there's more surveys that need to be done to get an understanding of what type of subsidy might be needed to operate the facility at its highest and greatest use. So let's say fully utilized, so that people can enjoy programs and broadly have programs available on weekends, during the day, in nights and evenings, and not have so much emphasis placed on cost recovery that the cost recovery is consuming a greater portion of the facility's capacity to serve the community. I truly believe that this facility should be a community asset. It should broadly be providing value to the community, but cost recovery and charging the right amount is critical to that. And I think that is well reflected in the shape of the pyramid, that you would expect the smallest portion of the activity generating a highest return to be up at the top of the pyramid, but not consuming, a large portion of the pyramid. So that's policy work that I don't think is ripe for this council, the city council, to address at this stage. But I, am indebted to the Parks Commission for the work that you will presumably do, trying to flush some of those policies out as we move forward. Because to me, that's just critical to how it works. Lastly, I will say that when I think of general fund subsidy of the facility, and I think about how we charge on the cost recovery pyramid, that I do like the policies that say maybe we charge everybody equally, but we have scholarship or subsidization funds to deal with the inequities, if it's ability to pay, if it's a disproportionately underserved population, so that we know where the benefit is going, rather than it's the peanut butter approach. It took $400,000 of general fund subsidy to operate the program. And what did you get for that? You got all of these operating benefits and all of this community benefit, but you also helped an underserved, but very difficult to identify amount of underserved population, because you didn't really have a scholarship or accounting mechanism to measure that.
bringing up a very good point. In the origins of Parks and Recreation, I mean, this goes back to the 70s and 80s. Pricing philosophy was based on a percent subsidy, and it was just a blanket. So decisions were made that youth programs were just subsidized 50%. And obviously the new cost modeling and pricing, and Emily and the Parks and Rec Commission and the staff have started to talk about this, is to do exactly what you just described, Councilmember Neese, is set things at closer to market rate and make sure, because people have the ability to pay, that you offer a robust scholarship program. And so that is a shift. We were probably somewhere in the middle, thinking about our past practices. We did a little bit of both. It maybe wasn't crystal clear, our policy, but this would be a great topic to hear from you. Again, I'm prompting you to speak and provide feedback to us and the team that will help us take the policies to the next step. So thank you for that.
And so I'll just quickly add what I'm seeing missing is the 100% band. And if this was banded in terms of actual utilization at the end of the day, it would be the biggest band, the broadest band of people that just have the ability to pay for the things that they want to get from the facility. But it's conspicuously absent from the cost recovery. And it's probably because there is no cost recovery when it's 100, right? That's neutral. So I'm guessing it's in the discussion, but it's poorly reflected in the cost recovery pyramid. And that's really what I'm talking about.
Great, thank you. Before Councilmember Jacobson, I see you have your hand up. I'm going to take a turn right now. And again, taking off from where the city manager is. Again, first touch that we've had, it's the commissioners are looking for feedback, policy issues, things that they might want to take a look at. So I guess I'm going to chime in and basically agree with Councilmember Anderall that in terms of, number one, I think this is a great way. You guys are headed in the right direction. I definitely am in favor of some sort of differential pricing. Obviously, there's a number of different categories, ways to slice that, but certainly resident, non-resident is one. I am concerned, and again, as you guys develop your policies, I appreciate the fact that you've mentioned in your study that you have looked at this through different lenses. So one of the lenses that I'm certainly concerned about are the seniors who are income. And I know that you guys have addressed this in parts of the study. So I would definitely encourage that distinction, or at least that focus on how to make sure that there's an equitable use of the facility by those who are probably less able to pay the full rate. Again, I'm thinking people who are on fixed income, doesn't have to be seniors, but could be others. And then I do have a question. I'm sorry for the comment, but the question I have is on the different tiers. I find that fascinating, but I'm interested in knowing as far as how you folks, the commissioners, how you and maybe the staff plugged in different programs into different tiers, number one, what that process was that just a consensus building by the commissioners? And then number two is obviously, depending on what tier you're in, there's a cost recovery component that may result in your organization being charged more. So maybe a policy is, or a question is there a way, or have you thought about how somebody might challenge or question how they've been categorized in what tier? And so if somebody can answer that, I don't know if Emily, you're the right person, or maybe some commissioners might want to weigh in here. Willing to.
Mayor Wong, that's a great question. And there was actually quite a bit of discussion with the commissioners regarding this, that very question regarding the tiers. So I'd actually open the floor up to any of the commissioners who want to
I see that the chair of the commission has his hand raised. So Rory, take it away.
Okay, thank you. I think in answer to your question, we did do sort of a consensus building process where each commissioner individually looked at the total range of programs and the definitions for each tier and who the beneficiaries are of each of those programs. And we kind of did our own vote as far as where we would assign a program by tier. And then we brought all those individual opinions together, discussed them with staff and with Emily. We had some disagreements where staff felt that an activity should be in a different tier than the consensus on the part of the commission. So we negotiated all of those things out and came up with the classification of activities by tier. At that point, we had no cost recovery data. That was inserted later on. And it was based largely on comparables from around the area. What other cities are charging, what other municipalities and entities that have gone through this similar process and applied this similar model came up with as far as cost recovery targets.
Great, thank you. I guess the only response might be whether or not it's necessary to have a policy that where an organization can at least question where it's being placed in the tiers. And you don't have to answer that. I just raised that as a question. Councilmember Jacobson. Jake, you're on mute, Jake.
Okay, I should be, am I verbal at this point?
Yes.
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
Had trial by electronics. But first of all, let me join the chorus to thank the Parks and Rec Commission and the staff and our consultant for undertaking a multifaceted task or multifaceted tasks. And we should be thankful in one respect for the pandemic because it's allowed us to pause this entire department and take a look at it in a kind of way that you don't usually have time to do. And so, and then you're in the task of trying to level a multiple-legged table, and what you do in one aspect may affect another. So I would say that I'm amazed, and I think I've been to every one of the Parks and Rec meetings, and I can tell you that I'm in admiration for the effort and the reasoned approach that the commissioners have taken and that everyone has taken to arrive at these kinds of things. And I think until you set up some kinds of things like cost recovery pyramids, you're talking about things in a vacuum. That said, I think there is much policy work to be done. And obviously one of the policy kinds of things is to what extent does a resident get a preference in pricing? And maybe not on all activities, maybe on some. Take an example, if a Mercer Island League wants to rent a field, do they get a better deal than a non-island entity? And there's some practical kinds of considerations to have in that sort of thing. Do you is there really a constituency, for example, in the hypothetical I've given you for, are there Mercer Island Leagues who want to rent the field, or is that all off island? But I think what comes out of this is the realization that we do have to start someplace, and that we're prepared to start someplace, and we're going to fund that up here or discuss funding it up here later on our agenda. And I think that I think getting it started is very important for several reasons. One of which is so that the community can start using these facilities and services that they haven't been able to use now for 13 or 14 months. I think the second thing is the data collection part of it. I think we're able to track staff costs and things in a way now that we weren't able to do a year or two ago. And so that will be something will be of benefit to us in identifying what the direct costs are, what indirect costs are, and then beginning to be thoughtful about how we allocate those to a particular activity or particular participants. And I think our commission is uniquely suited to be able to do that. And I look forward to attending more meetings, zooming along with you guys, or teaming as the case may be. So but I think the couple matters that I would also put on the agenda are how do we, consistent with a number of other variables, maximize the return out of the community event center, because that has a lot of potential. Maybe we have squeezed every ounce of blood out of that turnip. I don't know, but I do know that that is something I know we've had. For example, weddings booked. I think practically every weekend in 2020, all of the revenue of which we had to wave goodbye to. So there are kinds of things that our staff has previously done. And so we have not only the examples of what we've done before, but we have the opportunity to look at best practices of what other people do. So this is less a question, but a very strong vote of thanks for all the work that's been done, with the recognition that there's a whole lot more, particularly in the policy areas. And I think as we go forward, we start putting this department back in action. I think we'll learn some things that will flush out policy questions that we may or may not be able to grasp right now. So it's, as we used to say in the Navy, good on you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thank you. Wanted to talk about a couple of things. First, I find that I agree with Salim with a lot of what he was saying, especially as this being an asset to the community. This might be a little brass tacks for down the road, but if we do have some sort of scholarship program, I think from an equity perspective, it's important that that folks that apply for those, it's done so in a way that's comfortable and doesn't sort of make anyone feel like they're being separated out or treated any differently. The preferential treatment question is an interesting one, and I am curious to see what the community comes back to the Parks and Rec Commission with, sort of what the perspective is around that. And I think it's really important that we're clear with people what some of the implications of this are. First of all, so they understand, so if we do go down the road of preferential treatment, that we understand that there are implications in terms of costs. So obviously, your tax dollars are going to support these groups. And I think it's important we find a way to make that clear to people that this is not, that we are potentially losing out on some revenue. I think that's good, not good, but I think it's good to support the community. But I think it's important we sort of have that conversation. Is a community group having lunch on Thursday, is that preventing the community center from hosting a otherwise revenue generating meeting from Wednesday to Friday? And what is that revenue loss going to be? I think it's important we understand that, because it is a pretty significant policy question, but also obviously a budgetary one as well. So now that I made those comments, I'll ask a question. So on this attachment 1, sort of what we're considering here about moving things that are currently in phase 2 into phase 1 accelerated. This is reminding me a lot of the vaccine rollout with phase 1B, 2C ampersand. So if we do go forward with this and we move some things from phase 2 into phase 1, is the assumption that everything else shifts to the left? Does that mean that there are things from phase 3 that then sort of fall into phase 2, or does phase 3 come H2 in 22, or what does that look like?
Sure, I can field that. One of the last pieces of work that the commission did was to respond to the accelerated phase 1 plan. So we put forward a 3-phase plan plus immediate action, and the commission said, can we do more in that first phase? Can we do more things earlier? And so then we brought the accelerated phase 1 plan as a second option. We didn't do the work to then re-examine what was left in phase 2, which I think there are only 2 or 3 categories of programs and services that didn't get bumped up to that accelerated phase 1. Nor did we look and see, are there things in phase 3 that should also move forward? But really the answer to your question is we haven't done that work because we wanted the initial feedback from all of you on the strategy and to some degree on a phasing. And we also need to have some conversation about what we're willing to put toward it in terms of financial resources. So, and then you have the pandemic, right? Like what is truly possible in each of those timeframes. So we haven't done that work yet. I think there are infinite number of possibilities in terms of what programs and services we begin and when, but it largely hinges on 2 things: the availability of budget, and therefore the green light to go and procure what we need, including additional hands on deck. And then the second factor is, what are we allowed to do, and does it make sense for us to offer that with the constraints of the pandemic?
Okay, thank you. I think this is a great example of the need for pace and precision, because I certainly agree with Jake that this is an opportunity to kind of to look at the program from a ceiling to floor perspective, sort of really understand what we're doing and what we want to do going forward. But when you tell people that this is going to be till 2023 until things are kind of back online, I've got a couple people that stop me in the supermarket to say, hey, how can we move this up? So look forward to hearing more around that. Thanks.
And I'd like to just jump in here too. On Friday, we had a quick internal meeting, and I think at one moment I had my head on my desk because the desire to accelerate really came when all of the counties moved to phase 3. We thought, okay, finally, we've got a little more flexibility, right? It does matter being in phase 3 for things like facility rentals. Now we have information indicating that we might be moving back to phase 2, or the guidelines might change again. So I think it's important for me to say this. The precision piece of what Councilmember Rosenbaum just said is really tricky right now. I had shared in an email to the council today that the city's done probably 2 different restart plans based on statewide guidance and phasing to completely throw them out the window and have to start over because the guidelines keep changing. That's not a criticism, it's just where we are right now in reality. So my keywords are adapt, nimble. We're trying not to lock in too firmly to a strategy where everything is going to be precisely sequenced, because it's not possible, and things keep shifting. So just a comment from the city manager on the operational decisions. It's every week things are changing just a little bit. And I see Mr. Mayor Jody McCarthy has
Yes, Vice Chair Jody McCarthy.
Thank you. Sorry, my raise hand button isn't there. I just wanted to add 2 things to that. First of all, when you phrase it like nothing, it's not going to be there till 2023, that's not true. Parts are going to be opened up before then. It's just making sure that we open them up in a safe way that's going to make sense. So you could reassure people that it's not going to be 2023. It's going to be slowly, things will open up, and then by 2023, everything will be opened up. So looking at it that way is not so, depressing. And then the other thing I wanted to say about payments was, or like paying for things, was when we were talking about fees, something that I suggested, and I still think could be a good idea, is a lot of, things now when you make a donation to a nonprofit, they have it, the option to pay your credit card fees, or to add another tip on there to cover the servicing costs. That could be something that we consider doing, that people, hey, if you love this program and you want others to be able to do it, would you consider adding money on there as part of the scholarship fund to have things financed that way? And, it's not that people would have to do it, but just have that as another way that people, if they really believe in, for example, the pickleball, and want that to be something that continues, they could add on to that, or have people pay for their service fees for the credit card. And that's one less thing that is coming out of the non-refundable budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Reynolds.
A couple of things. One, on the pricing philosophy, I'm also a supporter of differential pricing for residents versus non-residents, but I'm going to note that that's a system that's potentially easy to game when you've got group events that will include residents and non-residents by choosing who's the person that does the sign up. So we have to give a little thought to what that might mean and how to avoid that gaming of the system. I also think on the pricing philosophy, it's important to keep in mind direct versus indirect costs. I think that from what I understand, you're talking about a pricing structure of recovering the direct costs, which I think is the right way to do it. I think it would be very helpful to have modeled out with this pricing philosophy, how much money do we end up collecting? How much of the direct cost do we end up collecting, and how much is left over? I don't have any idea what the indirect costs are for running the community center right now, and I think that'd be helpful information to have. I'm wary of what Councilmember Neese seemed to be suggesting, if I understood him correctly, which was that everybody should cover the full marginal cost, with the exception of scholarship recipients. I think that's different than the way we run the rest of the city. We don't charge people for police services, for fire services, for roads, for using the parks. I feel like the community center ought to operate the same way, that there should be some services that are free or very low cost to city residents, because those are services that are part of the package deal that we provide to our residents. And I think that's fully appropriate, and I don't think it should be necessary to establish need to get those. But maybe I misunderstood what he was suggesting.
Sorry, my mic's on. Councilmember Reynolds, I guess I would ask you to say a little bit more about that. I was hearing Councilmember Neese talk about the community center budget and its aggregate. And, what is a subsidy goal? Is it, how much are you willing to subsidize? Programmatic, I think we're going to end up getting into the weeds. There are certainly programs that won't cost recover. Community special events will generally not. Facility rentals should. So do you have a philosophy about the overall subsidy of the community center? And can you say a little more about that higher policy level?
Yeah, and I'm certain everybody will have a different view on this that might change over time, but I have a couple of thoughts. One is that when it comes to non-residents, our pricing philosophy ought to be get as much as we can, whatever that might mean. And if that's 200 or 250% of the marginal cost, great. If it ends up only being 120 and the facility's sitting empty, rather than taking 120% of covering marginal costs, we've done something wrong. When it comes to island residents, certainly, community events that you were describing, there are going to be some that naturally are going to be free. But I think I also believe that services like that are classes, things like that people might want to take at the community center, I'm very open to saying that's a core service that the city provides, and we should be willing to sell those at significantly less than marginal cost, just as we don't charge marginal cost to use the parks or call the fire department.
So based on that pyramid that our consultant shared with us earlier, you've got programs slotted in there respectively. And I would guess what would be helpful is if the council is in agreement or not in agreement with that. That's kind of and Emily, jump in here and rescue me. That's the foundation of this whole plan. If there's agreement or not for the way that pyramid is laid out, we would really benefit from hearing more about the specifics tonight. And I was at the Parks Commission meeting, at least one of them, when they were kind of toggling up and down in the pyramid. And so the Parks Commissioners really can speak to the great debate that they had about where things land.
Yeah, and part of the problem is I don't feel like I have enough data to answer the question. So for example, if it were possible to jack up prices on non-resident wedding rentals and community meetings and things like that, whatever it may be, sports leagues from other towns, to the point where we could offer everything free to Islanders, I'd be all over that. I suspect most of us would be, but I'd be willing to take a few $100,000 at least of support towards the community center and just view that as cost of doing business for the city. There's some services the city just can and should provide.
We have, thank you, Councilmember. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes, thank you. This, I don't have to tell you that you, even with the product that you've looked at, the tentative product, you're just starting to scratch the surface. I mean, this was so hard, at least for, as I said before, for some of us mere mortals to start with this. And it took multiple meetings before I could even understand what we were doing. And it took tremendous TLC from Ryan Daly and the consultant and some of the fellow commissioners too. Rory Westberg described the process, I think, very aptly, but in very summary form. And I can feel the pain that some of you are feeling, because it's just not easy, and you're being handed something. I never saw one of these pyramids before. I had to, talk to Ryan off line one time and just have him go through. Okay, give me an example of this. Give me an example of this. Don't give me vague terminology. And it is much better, because that helped put some meat onto it. But it is. I applaud the city manager for encouraging information flow here, but it would be tough if I were in your situation, other than some very basic kinds of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's see, Councilmember Rosenbaum. Is that an old hand or is that a new hand?
No, it's a new one. I just can't get off mute, and my raise hand button has also disappeared. Don, I agree with you there. This has been something that the more that I look at it, the more sort of questions I have, and I also think getting examples of things would be really helpful. So one question I have, for example, is up in the tier 5, it says special events. Not city sponsored. And the next one is community and event center facility rentals. And then, but when you go down to tier 3, it says facility park shelter / field rentals for public use. So the first one is for exclusive use. Could we get an example of that? What is the difference there?
That's something, Ryan
or team, would you like to take it?
I can jump in. I used to book facility rentals of all types for the department. That's one that we went back and forth on the definition of a little bit ourselves. I don't have the pyramid in front of me, although I can pull it up quick. The sort of exclusive use of any facility is like a rental of any kind, whether it's your family reunion or Microsoft or that kind of thing. We did leave a category of a service on there of, I'm going to look at it right now myself. Oh, public use for facility, park shelters, field rentals, public use. And that one was to leave space for for instance, I think the example we used was if the Rotary booked a picnic area for the public to come, join in on a carnival or something like that. So it is rented by somebody, but it's for the public. And then the exclusive use is really if Rotary booked it for Rotary members only, not open to the public. We saw a different benefit there to the community or less benefit to the community. Does that help answer your question?
And I would just add, this is Ryan Daly. I would add that, and I don't know if we were clear on this in the development of the pyramid, was, you're looking at that bottom level being mostly community benefits. So we were really weighing who the beneficiary of the service was going to be. And so I think that's sort of, when you hear Meryl say benefit, that's really what she's what she's describing there.
And council member, I'll also join in and just say, we have a difference between tier 5 and tier 2 in terms of special events. And I'll just clarify that. That's helpful. In tier 5, special events, not city sponsored, external party, substantial. What we meant by that was those, I guess, less frequent rentals of the community center where it's not a city event that is open to the entire public. It is exclusive use again. It may be a corporation renting out the entire facility for a staff party or a benefit auction where they invite their members. And that's why the word substantial is there as well. We also want to differentiate between just booking one room for maybe a similar type of event and booking the entire facility. And then in tier 2, community-wide special events or open special programs, no pre-registration. That's hopefully fairly descriptive. It's anything that would be put on where any community member could walk up and attend.
Let me go from the other way here then. So
Sure.
One event that I went to that I really enjoyed was a Casper Baby Pants concert that was in the gym. So obviously there's two questions there. The first is, okay, so a fee that the performer charges, where would that fall here? And then obviously that, that the facility was, Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I imagine, a fair amount of the day before, and most of that day was sort of booked, causing us to lose other opportunities there. So where would sort of those two buckets fall in this pyramid?
Using Ryan Daly again, using your example of the Casper Baby Pants event, that was a community-wide special event. That was open to anybody to attend. We did, which fell into tier 2. We were able to utilize sponsorships to pay for some of that event. But you're correct in your thought of losing the potential of losing revenue because the facility is booked out. And I didn't quite catch your other event example though.
It was both part of that. I mean, of course, a fee paid to the performer.
Right.
That's just sort of considered to be under the community-wide special events?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So Councilmember Rosenbaum, using your example, if a group wanted to host Casper Baby Pants, it's probably funny that some of us know what that is and that performer because we have little kids.
I'm happy to provide context for anyone who's interested.
We'll get everyone else introduced at some point. And it was exclusive, right? It was private. It was just for their membership. Then we're in a full cost recovery, different part of the pyramid. And so as we go forward, we want to make space for those really important partnerships. Casper Baby Pants was a partnership where we can leverage our resources, things like our facility and our staff, to produce these community-wide events. But obviously charging our partner the full cost of the rental doesn't really make sense because there's a community benefit there. So that's what this is. That's this whole evolution is how do we structure these events?
So city manager, we're talking about policies. It seems to me that Councilmember Rosenbaum brings up the scheduling policy that needs to take place. And so again, for the commissioners and for the staff, that's something that obviously you folks need to balance because there may come a time where Microsoft wants to rent out the entire facility for a whole week. And what does that mean as far as other users? So anyway, I don't want to get too much in the weeds. I mean, I think the idea is that a scheduling policy that tries to address potential conflicts that have impact on revenue, that needs to be addressed. Councilmember Neese, you've had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, so I wanted to get back to the policy discussion, which I thought was an important one around Craig's approach, which is charge the most for commercial utilizations and then apply a peanut butter approach to subsidizing activities for those in need, those without need, but just the community more broadly, versus what I was suggesting, which is a more targeted approach where you, sure, you charge the commercial interest where the most individual benefit is occurring, the most that you can get, or at least competitive to keep the facility highly utilized. But to me, that excess funding is going to go to the very bottom of the pyramid, and it's going to pay the things like janitorial, administrative, the things that have to happen for the benefit to occur in general. But it's not going to cover the whole nut or all of the nut. There's always going to be this large band in the middle of services that have to be charged at some level, have some level of cost recovery. And so the example I would use to describe my approach is that if you had a pottery class and the pottery class had 10 students as the capacity and 10 students had to pay $10, that would be, let's say, 100% cost recovery. Let's say that that's just where that falls. What I'm suggesting is that if there's a student from a low income household or a couple students from a low income household, that I would prefer to have a scholarship that would pay those 2 students $10 fee while the remaining 8 students paid their $10 out of their pocket, as opposed to offering the class free to everybody, even though 80% of the class has the means to pay and is getting significant individual benefit. And to me, that type of subsidy feels more right for the community than to just say the whole class costs nothing, it's free to attend, which I think does a couple of things. It doesn't serve those that we're trying to serve, and it makes the class less attractive because the class is free. And so therefore, the value of the class is lower to me. I think those are important policy distinctions to get to. I don't think it has to be binary where we say you can only do one or the other. I just think that there's an important component when we think of the general fund subsidy that says some portion of that, if it's going to occur at a large scale, we certainly need to know that it's going to the portion of the community that needs it the most, so that we're providing a benefit to the whole community.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson, your hand is up. You're on mute, Jake.
That's an old hand.
Oh, that's an old hand. Okay.
I have a problem lowering stuff with this.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to take a turn here. I guess as I was going through the policies, a couple things. One of them, because we are still in the pandemic and we have no idea when we're actually going to get out of this thing. And as the city manager mentioned, we could be falling back into, phase 2, perhaps. Who knows? Hopefully not. But I guess in terms of policies that you folks are going to be drafting, it seems to me that in connection with the community center, that you probably need to think about a policy of what happens if another pandemic arises or whatever. So how do we shutter programs at the community center? So there's got to be some sort of orderly way to do that. I would say, think about that in terms of a policy that needs to be discussed and perhaps implemented. And I guess the only other thing, it's been mentioned, and I'm curious, we have some ongoing long-term users of the center. And so I guess what happens to them if they have current contracts or, current contracts, rental contracts, whatever. What's envisioned for those current contracts? Are they going to be phased out? Are they going to be honored if they're going to be phased out? Because I know you guys are talking about coming up with some sort of model rental agreement. So can somebody speak to that, or is that something that's been looked at, or
let me jump in here. Really tough question to answer, Mayor Wong, because there's such a wide range of past users and contracts, and it really depends on the unique contract. I know we have one that we're working to change. The language isn't very flexible. So I would say it depends. As we bring services and user groups back, obviously we want to bring them back under this new philosophy and policy, and be mindful not to just go back to doing things the way that we were doing. This is an opportunity to, evolve and transform our programs and services, and ultimately the business we run. So if you have a specific group you're interested about, feel free to, speak with me offline.
And again, I just want to make sure that obviously that issue is being looked at, and obviously it sounds like it is. I mean, we obviously have to the extent the city's bound to a contract, we will honor that contract. But on the other hand, there's got to be some sort of transition to this new model that we're striving for. City Manager, I know that we only have about 15 more minutes. Is it possible, maybe Emily, for you to focus on the accelerated phase 1 program, because obviously that's coming up later on in our agenda, and for one thing, I note that some of it is in blue, some of it is in black. I guess I want to know what is what. And, if you can just speak to that for a few minutes.
Sure. So in just a broad way, you have in your packet the proposed phased 1, accelerated phased 1 plan. And that is what the Parks and Rec Commission would love to pursue. Doing so will require more resources than what may be appropriated later tonight. So our goal tonight was to try to get a little read on how you're feeling about moving forward with the strategy, and in particular, moving forward with the phasing plan. Hear a little bit in terms of preferences and desires around that. And then staff will go back and examine, again, what is possible under the pandemic conditions, what seems to be those preferences, what we truly can afford with the resources that may be appropriated tonight, and come up with a plan. I think there are a lot of possibilities. I'm just going to talk about a couple options really quickly to get them out there. There's options around what we're going to be providing indoors, right? We have to contemplate that in a certain way, how to staff that appropriately, how to do it in a safe way. You have a couple examples on that. Accelerated phase 1, drop-in activities, fitness center are a couple examples of that. We need to analyze whether that's the appropriate next step. There's also outdoor, external kinds of possibilities, like helping to promote partnerships in the community to help bring special events, or to offer programs and services outside of the walls of the community center, so perhaps in parks. And then we have potentially a responsibility as well to service the Arts Council's immediate action plan, and there will be resources that will be needed to be put toward that. So if the appropriation is made tonight, then we'll go back, we'll figure out what the right size is, what we can afford to do, and what we can afford to do safely, and communicate that to all of you and community members. But tonight would be super helpful to hear, again, overall, how you're feeling about the strategy, how you're feeling about the implementation plan. If there are bits and pieces you want to react to in terms of the phasing plan, especially accelerated phase 1, we'd love to hear that.
Before we ask other council members where they might be, is there a distinction or a reason why part of it is in blue? I'm looking at the accelerated plan, phase 1. So part of it is in blue, part of it's in black. I wasn't sure.
Yes. The items that are in blue were in phase 2 or phase 3 in the original phasing plan. The ones that were in black were already situated in phase 1.
Thank you. Mr. Ryan, you have your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor Wong. As sort of a preface to this part of the conversation, it may be helpful if it's your will to have Katie Herzog present where we are with the immediate action plan. That may help to share what's actually occurring right now. It's probably a lot more than many of you may realize. So if it's okay with you, I'd love to have her chime in on that briefly.
That'd be great.
Yeah, so I can touch on the outdoor facility rentals that, we've been able to do since last July. With all of, baseball, soccer, lacrosse, we have many different teams that are able to practice, play games. Currently, they can do tournaments. If we move to phase 2, some of that changes, but certainly they can still run practices. And just for March, we rented 759 hours throughout the park space. For April so far, we are at 668.25 hours. So certainly we are booking those outdoor facilities and getting, the youth of the island out in their respected sports. And of course, that doesn't even include the time that park maintenance takes to get those parks ready, to line the fields, to drag the fields, and all of the work that goes in from the park side. So we are definitely, getting the youth out there and able to provide those spaces for those teams.
Great.
Yes, I would love to. So we have partnered with 8 different organizations to offer a variety of camps this summer. Our anticipation was, hoping to get around 700 registrations. And I am thrilled to announce that as of today, we have 670 total registrations across the board for those 8 different organizations who are all taking their own registrations and, giving us feedback. But we still have a good couple of months to market all of those. And it looks like we're going to be able to fill, most of the camps that we're going to be offering. So it's very exciting.
And if I may, I'll just add in the Parks Maintenance team is off and running. They've been folded into the Public Works Department. We are trying to pick up on the deferred maintenance from last year, but it's a big lift. We have a considerable amount of deferred maintenance. And then I will also just make a note, I think Jesse was going to talk about this a little bit later this evening, is we are having challenges filling our vacancies. We have a number of staff vacancies within the Parks Maintenance team, and our casual labor positions have been very challenging to fill this year. More so than I can ever remember my tenure here at the city. And so we are starting to talk strategically about what that means, and starting to look at contracting some additional work out. But as the council and the commission all knows, that's union work, and it has to be bargained to some degree, depending on the actual scope of work. And so we're starting to talk about that strategically, but our crews are out in the field getting parks back up to speed, but it's going to take some time to bring them fully back up to what the community expected before the pandemic.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
I think I'm off of mute here. Katie, your comments had raised a couple questions in my mind. First one of which is what basis are we using for pricing of those things that are the rental of fields and those kinds of things? Question number 2 would be, do we expect to realize any fees from the outside entities who are providing camping kinds of opportunities?
So for the pricing with field rentals, we just continued the fees that we had in the past. Okay. Kind of when we hit phase 2 last summer, it was, okay, let's go, because all of these people want field space. We do have a resident and non-resident rate for our grass fields, our turf fields, a commercial rate. So if a business is conducting, business on our fields, there is a commercial rate as well.
Okay.
And then with your second question, were you asking if we're getting revenue from the camps?
Yes.
All right. Yes. So we have contracts with all of those providers. Most are a percentage based off of participants. We have a couple flat rates that they're paying us a weekly fee to host something like in the community center, for example. So we have a couple different contracts, but we will be gaining revenue from each camp.
Good job. Thank you.
Great. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Thank you. I'm off mute. First of all, thank you everybody for your work on this. I really appreciate the pyramid. I appreciate the policy questions coming forward, and I'm super glad we're going to have some semblance of normal summer, depending on how this pandemic and phasing goes. So I'll just reiterate Jesse's points, which is be adaptive, be flexible. We don't know where we are. It's April, and I just appreciate this group's work going forward and looking forward to supporting the accelerated phasing in of getting this facility up and running and our parks programs back and our community events moving forward as quickly as we can.
Great, thank you. So I guess, we've heard a couple of times from our city manager and from Emily and whoever, trying to gauge from the council if this particular study is headed in the right direction in terms of phasing and in terms of just analysis and whatever. I guess if somebody has a major problem with this approach, I guess we sort of need to know. So, if the council has a major problem with what's being laid out, I guess we sort of need to know, because otherwise we're going in the wrong direction. So obviously there's a lot more detail that needs to be worked out. Policies need to be drafted. And I guess I have a question for the city manager, and that is, this is our first touch. When do you think we might get a second touch?
You see, Jason's laughing because we spent a good portion of Friday trying to figure out the revised sequencing due to potential pandemic changes. So a couple things, Council. If the appropriation is approved tonight, that gives us the resources we need to start building back. Obviously, I'm asking for some discretion as your city manager to take the guidance that's laid out in what is still a draft plan and build back wisely and smartly while we're staying nimble and safe. So you're giving me some flexibility there. We're not proposing any FTEs yet. It's just with everything moving around, we need some more time. So Mayor Wong, I would anticipate by the fall, we will be back to you as part of your mid-biennial budget discussion. Again, we're further along by then with the pandemic. We've got some time and experience in terms of phasing back. We'll be proposing what I think will be, famous last words, a staffing structure and a budget, revised budget, amended budget, if you will, for 2022. What happens in between there, I think it depends. The Parks Commission has an incredibly full work plan. We do need to have them work on some policies. You heard some of them tonight, resident, non-resident fees, facility rental policies, and the list goes on. We also have a pros plan that we've been working on. It's going to be back front and center with the Parks Commission starting in May. So lots of sequencing of work. You may, I'm not sure yet, Mayor, another version or an updated version of the reset plan between now and the fall. But I want to take the feedback and debrief with the group and also hear from the Parks Commission. That may not be the best use of our time. The fall may be the best time to check back in.
Thank you very much. We have Councilmember Jacobson, your hand is up.
Yes, it is. You asked the question, or someone asked the question, well, are there misgivings about the way we're proceeding? And I would like to take the opposite tack and say, I have no misgivings at all. While there are certain aspects of this thing that I might tinker with and put one thing in a different place and all that, and I think each one of us would, I think that the comprehensiveness of the focus that has gone into this is a ample assurance to me that we're gonna get to answers that are both workable and for the benefit of Mercer Island. I don't think we know what some of those answers are yet, but this framework and the manner, the pyramid kind of thing gives us a good way to take a look at both aspects, both the cost aspect and who are the beneficiaries of this. So for my money, I think we're absolutely on the right track, and we got lots of work to do, but we have a framework within which to do it.
Great. I like that positive attitude, Jake. It's I'm a half empty kind of guy, so that's I apologize for that, but I appreciate. That's the kind of feedback we sort of need to make sure that we are headed in the right direction. Councilmember Neese.
I just wanted to make a closing point on differential pricing because there's a paragraph that describes it that starts off, I think, in a particularly positive direction where it says price differential or fee waivers can be based on resident, parenthetical taxpayer, non-resident. Then it goes on with age or participant location of facility, time or season. Then it gets into quantity of use, incentives, reciprocity benefits for affiliates, or other considerations. And to me, it feels like you go from something well-meaning and intended and intentional that serves a broad public good to something that's very finite and that might be dealing with the edge cases. And so I would just urge you either develop strategies that make transparent the pricing that groups receive so the general public can say, oh, okay, well, so-and-so paid this much for that room and this other group paid this much. I can see it. Sunlight is a great disinfectant. I think that would go a long way to making sure that we have and retain the public trust. Or as you go through differential pricing, you just don't go that far down the list and you say, we're going to stop at the 80%, the 20% that covers the 80%, as opposed to just keep going down, especially in a phased kind of tiered plan where you're going to take a couple of years to fully vet out the policy work. Maybe getting to the bottom rungs of that is at the end of the policy. But again, I think I've spoken my piece on that tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum, I'm going to let you close out the questioning by the council on this one.
Yeah, I know we're past time here. Quick, I'll just be quick. Yeah, I'm with Jake. I think that we're on the right track here, and looking forward to kind of getting into some of these nitty-gritty policy discussions. And just want to thank everyone in the Parks and Rec Commission for their service. This is not an easy issue by any means, so we really do appreciate it.
Great, thank you. I guess in terms of the cost recovery, this is obviously going to be a policy decision that needs to be made. And we've talked about it quite a bit. What percent are we looking for? I mean, are you looking for 100% cost recovery? I'm talking about the community center as a whole. Is it 100% cost recovery? Is it 80%? Is it somewhere in between? So that's something, I guess, to the city manager and the staff for maybe a little bit more feedback on that. But the council's going to have to decide on, and then from there, you guys can then decide on the fee schedule. So, city manager, have you received any kind of direction from the council?
Yes, and I was the quote you just gave me to torture you with for many, many months. You're a half-empty guy. Is that what you said, Mayor Wong? Anyway, thanks for bringing a little humor to the discussion. Thanks again to the Parks and Rec Commission. I know the lift you've all been doing, and I think your workload is pretty much sustained for the rest of the year. So hang in there and keep up the good work. Mr. Mayor, we are a little over schedule. I might recommend we take a break until 6:40 and come back and start our regular meeting, if that's okay.
Sounds fine. And again, thank you very much, commissioners.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we are back and live.
Great, thank you. We just finished our study session a few minutes ago on the Mercer Island Community and Event Center recreation programs and services strategy implementation. And now we're moving on to next item on our agenda, which is the city manager report.
All right, give me just a moment here. Okay, that didn't work. Trying again. All right. Oh, that still didn't work. Okay. I'm out of practice. I missed a meeting. Thanks for your patience. Good evening again, City Council. We're starting with a beautiful view of our Luther Burbank docks on Lake Washington. For the record, my name is Jessie Bond, and I am your city manager. Start tonight with a couple updates on COVID-19 related matters, mostly for small businesses in our community. The first is just an alert that the American Rescue Plan Act has included a restaurant revitalization fund that it's making available about $28.6 billion in federal funding for eating and drinking establishments. So we're still awaiting the information on this particular small business resource. But what we know right now is that this program will be administered by the Small Business Administration. And as information continues to come in, we will be posting it on our Let's Talk page. Just a reminder for our business community, we have a tile set up on Let's Talk where we're filtering all the information, the business information we're getting that's related to relief and resources as part of the pandemic recovery. Another bit of information we wanted to share is if you received a PPP loan and you need assistance with the loan forgiveness process, we also have information on our Let's Talk page. The Reach and Business Health Trust partnered to provide free CPA assistance to small businesses in the region. So we've got contact information there. And again, we have a tile on the Let's Talk page for small businesses related to COVID-19 support. So 2 updates there. And Council, I don't have any slides tonight on pandemic guidelines or any other changes that have happened. I can tell you we've got some information yesterday regarding the guidelines that the governor just released on special events. So that's going to be helpful. I'll be sure to share more about that at our May meeting. And then we're just waiting. We're hearing a lot that King County cases are going up and there might be some changes, but we're not sure. And hopefully that doesn't happen. So let's do our part, continue to mask up, certainly continue to work on getting everyone vaccinated as well. Moving on to City Council and Board and Commission updates. Just a look ahead, we have a mid-year planning session next Tuesday, April 27th from 5 to 9. And we'll be getting the agenda and the packet out tomorrow, probably very end of the day. So that will be forthcoming. And then your next council meeting is Tuesday, May 4th. Sorry, no breaks. You've got 3 weeks right in a row there. Next for our board and commissions, Planning Commission is April 21st. That's tomorrow. Design Commission is April 22nd. And then the Parks and Rec Commission next meeting is May 6th. We do keep all of our meetings updated on our website, and the link is available there at the bottom of the slide. I already mentioned the mid-year planning session that will take place next Tuesday. Just a reminder, that is a Zoom meeting. And one of the things I've been asked to do is just walk back through the 2-year work plan. Won't go into a whole lot of detail, but council, what we have done is we've taken the work plan out of your budget. We realize that's not a very friendly, usable format, and we've put it together kind of in two different versions so we can take a look at it and talk about any adjustments we might need to make right now. And use that tool going forward to check in. We will be broadcasting via Channel 21, just like we normally would for a city council meeting. And I need to put in a big plug here. We're in almost the final recruitment stages here. We have board and commission openings on all of our boards and commissions. That's normally we have people roll off annually. So if you are interested in serving in any of these fantastic boards or commissions, I'll just remind you that the deadline to apply is May 6th. Thursday, May 6th is the deadline. And City Council certainly could use your assistance in helping to recruit these, to fill these seats. City service updates, I've got a range here for you tonight. First, a good news story. Last month, we did host our spring sustainability recycling event. We had 621 vehicles and over 67,000 pounds collected. We broke records. I hear we're doing that these days with our recycling events. The last time we did this event, we had about 50,000 pounds of material. So thank you to those of you. I think the pandemic is in play here for sure. Broken down on the slide there how that all, excuse me, how that all broke down for the event. So thank you to everybody that supported that event. Also a shout out to our wonderful partners, the Mercer Island Youth and Family Services Foundation. They were out at the event as they normally are, collecting gift cards that will support the city's food pantry, and their collections totaled $6,000. So thank you everyone for participating. It was a great event, and I'm glad we're able to do these sorts of things, even though we still are dealing with the pandemic. All right, totally switching gears here. Just a reminder, Council, and to the community that might be watching tonight, we are doing our annual process to review and update the Transportation Improvement Program. We often shorten that and call it the TIP. This is a rolling 6-year planning process, and we talk about it every year. We open the comment period back in March 24th, and it will stay open until June 1st. We have the draft tip on Let's Talk. The link is there, and you will first be talking about this and reviewing it at the meeting on May 4th. So coming up in a couple weeks, and we are taking feedback now and actually putting together some recommendations for you to consider City Council at that meeting on May 4th. Mental Health First Aid. This is just a program I wanted to make you aware of. Friday, May 7th, 9 to 3:30. Our Youth and Family Services Department is hosting a mental first aid training program. It's a curriculum that focuses on youth mental health, and it really provides good training for any adult that might be interacting with a youth. You'll come and learn how to identify, understand, and respond to signs of mental illness. And if you'd like to know more information about this program, we've got the Healthy Youth Initiative website posted there. The training is free. This is one of the many programs that is funded through our SAMHSA federal grant. We've also got Rachel Montgomery's email address there. So if you want a shortcut, you can just email her and register to participate. This is a virtual program as well, which I think we've come to understand is the norm right now. Our Med Take Back Day is also coming up this Saturday, April 24th, here at City Hall, where I'm sitting at the loading dock. And we put together a little graphic for those of you that haven't been to City Hall, may not know where the loading dock is. This is your opportunity to drop off unwanted, unused, or expired medications. Again, standard COVID reminder, social distance, wear a mask. The staff that will be working that event, the volunteers, we can't handle your medications, so you will need to physically deposit them in the containers. And we also have medication lock boxes that will be available on a first come, first served basis. So those are the lock boxes you can take at home to secure your medications. And those lock boxes are also funded by our SAMHSA federal prevention grant. Earth Day. We will have a proclamation. We have a proclamation tonight on your agenda. April 22nd, Mercer Island will join communities around the world in celebrating the 51st anniversary of Earth Day. We are encouraging you to join a webinar on best recycling compost practices for businesses, if you're a business, hosted by the Mercer Island Chamber of Commerce. Or I'm also pleased to announce that the Congregational Church is hosting a socially distanced Earth Day fair. And if you'd like more information, we've posted their website there. The Facebook Parks and Recreation Facebook page will be featuring and continuing to feature Earth Day ideas. So if you're not already following us on Facebook, we've posted the link on this slide. Keeping the island beautiful. It's a great segue from Earth Day. Council, I know I've started to receive emails about litter concerns on Mercer Island. I've seen some of these emails have gone to you as well. There's a couple things happening right now. First of all, with the beautiful weather we had this past weekend, people were out en masse in our parks. We do, thankfully, have our seasonal park maintenance staff on duty on the weekends now. That just started, so that will help. But we do have garbage cans that are overflowing. Some of these are city cans, some are not. So just want you to know our maintenance team is looking at the problem and adapting. We've also been receiving some complaints about the I-90 on-off ramps. And there is some garbage piling up. We've reached out to WashDOT a couple times. So what I wanted to tell you is they've got some machines down right now, which is got them backlogged with street sweeping. So they're aware. We've notified them and they will get out and get those ramps cleaned off as soon as they possibly can. In the meantime, I wanted to let you and the community know that if you're seeing an overfilled can, we certainly want to know about it. We've got our link there for service requests where you can just send us an update. We'll get somebody out to take care of it. Or you can email the publicworks@mercerisland.gov email address. Always helpful if you can send a photo too, so we can see what's going on. Great news. It's a good problem to have. Our parks are busy. Just means we need to get more resources out there. And we could also use your help in keeping those garbage cans from overflowing. Staffing vacancies. Jason Kittner in our previous discussion, previewed this. Oh dear. Previewed this part of the presentation a little bit for me. Council, this is just an opportunity for me to tell you about some things that are going on behind the scenes here and some challenges we're having regarding recruitment. So there are two primary departments that are impacted right now where we've got significant vacancies, both Public Works and Police. This is the snapshot of the open positions right now in Public Works. And where I've got asterisks, these are positions that were either restored or new. So the parks foreman, for example, has been on the books for a couple years, but it was one of the positions we didn't fill last year because of the pandemic. So that's one position we're trying to fill now. Contrast that with the capital projects manager position and capital projects manager positions. There's two and a capital division manager. Those are actually brand new positions, as is the development engineer. It's a tough market for particularly technical staff. So that has been a challenge. Jason mentioned the seasonal positions have been extraordinarily difficult to fill this year. We've had a variety of issues. In some cases, we've offered positions. We've had the offer letter signed, and then the person walked away and took a higher paying job with another city. So it's been a little frustrating. What to do about it? We're going to keep plugging away. Our mighty and small but mighty HR team is doing everything they can to help us fill these positions. And I do think we're going to have to evaluate the seasonal positions, possibly look at pay. Maybe we need to make some adjustments going into next year. So we're working on it. It is a barrier. And if we haven't told you some of your capital projects are lagging just a little bit, it's because we're having trouble getting these seats filled. Police, slightly different story. Just wanted to walk back in time. In 2020, you might recall that we had 3 officers retire. I think we spoke to you then about getting ahead of the replacements. I'm happy to say that 2 of the replacements to fill those 3 2020 retirements graduated from the academy, and the 3rd is still in the academy. So we're on our way to filling those 2020 vacancies. This year, in 2021, we have 2 retirements and 1 resignation. So that's compounding the losses we took in 2020. So we're very busy. I will tell you also, we're working on it. The replacement for the first retirement in 2021 is starting the academy in August, and we're in background investigations for 2 other candidates. We we have detectives. When this happens, when we're short on patrol, we do have our detectives temporarily filling our vacancies, which I know as you're hearing me say that, you're thinking, Jesse, that's not ideal. I totally agree. We're doing everything we can to get these seats filled. So again, one of the challenges we've had also with our police recruits is we have offered positions. And again, we've had offer letters almost signed and people have declined. So it's very competitive. Obviously, police and public works are two very different lines of work. But I at least wanted you to be aware that there are some challenges to recruitment. And we're continuing to think through new creative ideas. If you have any you'd like to share, please don't hesitate to reach out for me. And of course, if you're interested in any of these positions, I do encourage you to help us spread the word. And anyone that's watching, please consider applying. Moving on, I just have a couple slides left in some good news category. First of all, I'm really excited to say we are restarting our Community Emergency Response Team training, CERT. And normally we hold these classes in person and we are capped at 28 participants. This year, because we're virtual, we have over 40 people participating in the class. I think we just held the first class this week, and it's a 6-week program covering a range of things from disaster prep, safety, and medical basics. And these are the very critical volunteers that help us, our entire community, in the event of emergency. And of course, our thanks to David and Kendra Euler, who are pictured for leading the CERT training. And I do believe they were our Citizens of the Year last year. So thanks to them, they continue to do a great job and of course have been rock star volunteers for us through the pandemic as well. All right, a little celebration. Our fire department, when time allows, they do get out and do some fantastic outreach with our community. This is a picture of 5-year-old Felix. His parents gave us permission to share the photo. He had a birthday. We gave him a little surprise and stopped by to say best wishes. Always fun to be able to do surprises like that. So thank you, Felix, for sharing your 5th birthday with us. And thank you to our fire department for getting out and making these important connections. If you're not following our fire department on Facebook, little promo, I put their Facebook link here on this slide. And that is all I have for you this evening. I will stop sharing now.
Great, thank you, Jesse. We now move to appearances portion of our agenda, where individuals wishing to speak live during the meeting may do so by telephone or by using the Zoom teleconferencing application. Anyone may speak to the City Council on any item. All remarks will be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any individual council member or staff member. If any person makes personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the council, I may request that that person leave the meeting. When it is your turn to address the council, be sure to speak audibly and state your name for the record. Your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. A 3-minute timer will be visible on your computer screen. City Clerk, has anybody signed up to speak for the council tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is no one signed up for appearances this evening.
That may be a first. Thank you, City Clerk. That then allows us to move on to the consent calendar. And so the next item is the approval of the consent calendar. The consent calendar contains approval of the accounts payable reports for periods ending April 2 and April 9, certification of electronic funds transfer for the months ending January, February, and March, certification of the payroll dated April 9, the minutes of the council's April 6 regular video meeting, Agenda Bill 5838, which is the Earth Day Proclamation, number 267, Agenda Bill 5845, the Infertility Awareness Week Proclamation number 268, Agenda Bill 5842, Cason Fields Long Plat, Final Plat Approval. Does anybody wish to pull any item off the consent calendar? If not, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Councilmember Anderall to approve the consent calendar as presented. City Clerk, please conduct the roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Vanderbilt.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Reynolds.
Sorry, frog in my throat. Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes, and the consent calendar as presented is approved. We now move to the first item of regular business, which is item number 9 on your agenda. Agenda Bill 5851, Development Code Amendment ZTR 21-001, Comprehensive Plan Implementation. And to start the presentation, we welcome Jeff Thomas, our interim CPD director, and Allison Van Gorp, deputy CPD director. So I'm not sure if we're going to lead the discussion, but it looks like it's going to be you, Jeff. So go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Good evening, Council. We have a very short presentation for you this evening, and Allison's going to walk you through the slide deck here. It should take just a few minutes. Allison, over to you.
All right, just give me a second to share my screen. All right. Okay. This is just 5 or 6 slides I'll walk through really briefly, and then if anyone has questions, I'm happy to answer them. So this is a code amendment. I'm showing you this slide again that we looked at 2 weeks ago. And just as a reminder, code amendments have a bit of a simpler process than comprehensive plan amendments. So the 2 items I'm speaking about tonight have completed their run through the first 3 steps and going to the Planning Commission. And next, they just need to have a first and second reading before the council. And then you can approve the ordinance and adopt the code amendment. So a quick overview of this item. So this amendment was proposed on the docket last fall, and this code section, MICC 1915-230I, currently provides guidance on the implementation of comprehensive plan amendments. So it dictates how and when development regulations need to be adopted after a comprehensive plan amendment is made. In some cases, they can currently be done at the same time, concurrently, and in other cases with a more complex comprehensive plan amendment, the current code would allow them to the development regulations to be adopted as soon as practicable after the comprehensive plan amendment is made. So this code section was appealed to the Growth Management Hearings Board previously, and the board found that adoption of the current code provisions was legal, but it could result in a GMA violation. And so based on that caution from the board, the city attorney and staff felt that it would make sense to repeal this section. And that state statutes currently provide sufficient guidance around how comprehensive plan amendments should be implemented. So the ordinance before you today, 21C-05, would repeal this code section, MICC 1915-230I, and remove from our code this language about how comprehensive plan amendments should be implemented. So just to put it up here on the screen, this is the code section that we are talking about. All of this language here would be repealed if this ordinance is approved. And again, it's this number 2 where we currently allow more complex comprehensive plan amendments to have the development regulations that implement it adopted as soon as reasonably practicable. So that's a little different than how it works for the more simple ones when they must be adopted concurrently. And so that's the issue here at hand. And if this whole section is repealed, as the Planning Commission recommended, then I think we had this question come up from a council member via email. So if this is repealed, then would revert to the way that comprehensive plans were handled previously several years ago,
as well as a process that many cities already use. We follow the state statute, and any comprehensive plan amendment would need to have the development regulations adopted concurrently. So today is the first reading. We're asking the council to make a motion to schedule the second reading in 2 weeks on May 4th. And if this ordinance is approved at that time, the code amendment would be effective 5 days after publication. So that's all I have for my presentation. I will stop sharing, and if anyone has questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Does any council member have a question for either Mr. Thomas or Ms. Van Gorp? And seeing nobody's hand being raised, and so if that's the case, I'd like to entertain a motion to set ordinance number 21C-05 for a second reading and adoption on May 4, and a possible adoption on May 4, 2021.
Second.
So moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Rosenbaum to set this ordinance for a second reading. City Clerk, will you please conduct the roll call?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion passes. Now move to the second item for regular business, which is item number 10 on your agenda. This is AB 5852, Development Code Amendment ZTR 21-002, Comprehensive Plan Implementation. And I assume Jeff and Allison, you haven't left, and so I'm going to have you do the presentation.
I actually turned my light on, Mayor, and I'm not sure whether that's better or not. But anyway, one comment I was remiss on making before the first item a moment ago was Allison's been working hard this year with the Planning Commission, moving the docket along. So tonight is actually items 2 and 3 from the 2021 docket. Item 1 was a couple weeks ago. You'll recall the comp plan amendment with the maps. So Allison, take it away.
All right, again, I'm just sharing my screen, so hold on 1 second. Okay, so this is another code amendment. So again, the same slide. I won't go over it again in detail, but this will be our first reading, and we'll come back again in a couple weeks for the second reading. So this amendment pertains to CUP's conditional use permits. And again, it was proposed for the docket last fall, and we finished the Planning Commission process, and here we are. So this proposed amendment would add a subsection C to 1906-110A5, and that would add some clarity around the applicability of conditional use permits. It would state that they're only applicable to the property for which the permit is granted, and the uses that are allowed under the CUP can only be expanded to additional or adjacent properties through a new CUP application. So Ordinance 21C-06 would amend MICC 1906-110A5 to add this new subsection. And here up on the screen is the language that the Planning Commission revised, and this is the recommended language for this section. And as I said, it states that the CUP only applies for the property it was granted, and the conditional uses cannot extend beyond the permitted property to adjoining properties or added properties unless that conditional use is already allowed on the adjoining or added property, or a new conditional use permit is granted for the adjoining or added property. So the Planning Commission did revise the amendment that was proposed through the docket process. They wanted to provide a little further clarity and remove any potential ambiguity in implementation, basically just to clean up the language there so it was very clear what the property was that was being discussed and how this added and adjacent property was explained. So the Planning Commission does recommend approval of the code amendment as revised. And same process as the last one. Tonight, we're asking for a motion to schedule the second reading for May 4. And if approved on May 4, the amendment would be effective 5 days after publication. So that's all for my presentation. I'll stop sharing and happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, Jeff or Allison, whichever one of you is more appropriate. Do you believe there's any case in the past where this has happened, where a cup has effectively slid over to another property that was not originally covered by it?
I don't believe it has, but it has been a little confusing because there are many current facilities that have cups where they later bought additional properties that are next door nearby. And so I think perhaps the person who proposed this was concerned that it could happen.
Okay, so there would be no impact on any existing cups from passing of this, as far as you know?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
City Manager, I'm getting some background noise. I'm not sure where that's coming from, and if it's just me.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we're not sure either. I've got Alfredo in the room with me, and he's working on the issue. So I'm adjusting things, and he's adjusting things.
Great, thank you. Hey, I don't have a question, Allison, but I just want to extend my appreciation for the work of the Planning Commission. You know, when I first started reading this agenda bill, I was thinking to myself, why is that even necessary? You know, since the CUP application, you know, basically has you identify the property by its tax parcel number. But then as I view the changes that were proposed by the commission, it really made the language a lot more, I think it did, it completed the intent, it fulfills the intent, I think, of the language, which now covers the possible enlargement of this parcel by lot line adjustments or whatever. And so I really think the Planning Commission really had a thoughtful process. I really appreciate the work that they did. So I just wanted to commend them for that. Any questions from council members? Seeing none, again, would like to entertain a motion to set ordinance number 21C-06 for a second reading and adoption on May 4, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Reynolds and I think seconded by Councilmember Rosenbaum to move this to a second reading. City Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Anderl.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese. Councilmember Neese.
Sorry. Aye.
Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
And Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. Motion passes. Now we're moving to our third item on regular business, which is item number 11 on your agenda. Agenda 5848, Mercer Island Community and Event Center and Recreation Programs and Services Strategy Implementation. And we welcome back Jason Kittner and Ryan Daly.
Thank you, Mayor Wong. We had a 90-minute study session earlier this evening, and Ryan Daly has a very short presentation to cover this item. Ryan?
Thank you, Jason, and good evening, City Council. Give me 1 second to share my screen, which could take longer than the actual presentation. There we go. Are you all seeing that presentation up there? A head nod. All right, there, I see a thumbs up. Okay, so just moving forward, and we spoke about much of this earlier in regards to the Mercer Island Community Event Center and recreation programs and services strategy implementation during the study session. So just forward, if this will, there we go. Just to provide brief background for those maybe watching at home. When the City Council adopted the 2021-2022 biannual city budget, $400,000 was set aside to put toward recovering the recreation division and services offered. So that money was set aside as a placeholder and not appropriated. Staff in coordination with the Parks and Rec division, or Parks and Recreation Commission, I should say, created that draft strategy that we spoke about earlier tonight. Within that strategy is a roadmap, so to speak, that would progress us forward to service restoration. And I say restoration, but as we discussed, it's really a reset and an evaluation of programming and services that would be offered. And then just to remind the City Council, back on February 16th, the council did appropriate a portion of those funds, $72,000, toward the hire of a recreation specialist that actually started last week. And as Katie Herzog spoke earlier, that was specific to the immediate action plan, which included our summer camps, field rentals, and items such as that. So tonight, what staff is recommending is the City Council appropriate the remaining $328,000 of the recreation reserve funds, as it is, to begin implementing the strategy we discussed earlier. What those funds would go toward may include aspects of the accelerated phase 1 plan, the implementation of the Arts Council immediate action plan, and then other desired programs and services, specifically policy and whatnot, is what we really discussed earlier tonight, or is what we've been hearing from council. So those are some aspects of what those funds would be used for. As we also talked earlier, we talked about what the next steps would be. The key element I want to highlight is development. We talked about that foundational need to develop policies that would carry forward, whether it's for cost recovery model or developing a differential pricing strategy. I think those are key elements that need to be put in place as we move ahead. Additionally, in this, I have to apologize to the council as well as the community. Keeping the community informed of this process moving forward, I think that's going to be a key element. It may be an area we've not dedicated enough time toward in the past, over this past year. And so this is an opportunity for us to continue to share with them the timeline and the expectation they should have of division services. And then we anticipate the staff will return in Q3 or Q4 of this year with a revised budget recommendation for the 2022 fiscal year. And with that would include a long-term staffing model. So tonight, our recommendation is as it reads on the screen: appropriate the remaining $328,000 of the 2021 Recreation Recovery Plan startup funding to begin, and I highlight begin, implementation of the accelerated phase 1 foundational phase of the Recreation Reset Strategy and Arts Council immediate action plan. And I do have a note there at the bottom of the screen that just highlights that much of this is dependent on public health guidance, and that we do not anticipate that this funding would be enough to implement the full phase 1 accelerated version of the strategy. So with that, I would like to stop sharing my screen and for any questions that there may be.
Jason, are you hanging out in the background there? So we've, I think 2 or 3 times now, advised caution to the council about, hey, this placeholder we've set aside may not be enough to bring back everything. But I will also say it may be, because the scope and scale is shifting, and that's part of the challenge here. If we tried to switch it all on right now with no revenue, we might be short. But Jason, can you talk a little bit about where we go from here? And I mentioned earlier, what we're asking is for the council to appropriate the funding, delegate the authority to the city manager to oversee, not directly, but work with, of course, both of you, the recovery plan.
Absolutely. So as we talked about in the study session, this provides staff the opportunity with the consultant, Emily Moon, to go back, work with the commission, figure out what is going to align, continues to align, or will modify with whatever guidelines change in terms of the pandemic in the near future. And as we talked about, the intent here is to remain nimble and to be able to adjust and move with the flow. We still have the long-term strategy in mind, and we're going to actively work towards drafting and implementing those policies and procedures for the long game. But the short game, we do need some flexibility as we continue to monitor the pandemic, the impacts of what can't be done. And we will work with the commission and the community, as Ryan outlined here, to clearly articulate what will be offered as part of this accelerated plan.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thank you. Ryan, I think that communication thing is really important. I know people are really eager to get this back up and running. So I would definitely encourage you to lean into that, especially given that things could change, week to week here. But I know people are going to be excited about this. So the more we can communicate with them and explain what the opportunities are, the better.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for staff regarding this agenda bill? Seeing nobody's hand raised, I'd like to entertain a motion to appropriate the remaining $328,000 reserved to implement the accelerated phase 1 foundational phase of the Recreation Reset Strategy and Arts Council immediate plan. Before he makes that motion, I want to make sure that I got the motion correct. Ryan, is that?
Mr. Mayor?
Slightly different from what was in the packet.
Mr. Mayor, I can repeat the motion for you based on what was presented in the presentation, which is a little bit different than what's in the agenda packet.
Correct. Okay, please do that.
So the recommendation in tonight's presentation is to move to appropriate the remaining $328,000 of the 2021 Recreation Recovery Plan startup funding to begin implementation of the accelerated phase 1 foundational phase of the Recreation Reset Strategy and the Arts Council immediate action plan.
Great, thank you.
Second.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded, was that Councilmember Reynolds?
Jacobs.
Oh, I'm sorry. Seconded by Councilmember Jacobson. So City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye. Great. Motion
Thank
passed.
you.
Thank you. Now move to the next item of regular business, which is item number 12 of your agenda. This is Agenda Bill 5837, Financial Status Update, Fiscal Year 2020, Year End and Budget Carryover Requests. And we welcome Matt Mornick, our Finance Director, Lawan Tuttle, Deputy Finance Director, and Ben Schumacher, Financial Analyst. Matt?
Thank you so much, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'm going to take a minute and share my screen. Can everybody see AB 5837? Wonderful. Good evening, Council. Before we begin, I just want to acknowledge Lawan and Ben. We all worked closely to pull together the information before you this evening on what proved to be an uncommon year, to say the least. I'm going to go through about 18 slides to compare budget estimates versus budget actuals for fiscal year 2020 and how the fund balances ended the year. I'll provide some background explaining the basis for the general fund surplus and staff's recommendation for some immediate minimal uses of this surplus. And we'll have time at the end for questions. Just diving right in, this table compares fiscal year 2019 actuals with fiscal year 2020 amended budget and year-end actuals. The amended budget includes the changes that were made throughout last year that comprise the 3 rounds of cost-saving measures as a result of the pandemic. Overall, for the general fund, revenues slightly exceeded budget estimates, ending the year 101% of the amended budget. Expenditures were under budget, and that's a result of shifting the organization's focus to essential service delivery during the pandemic, which I'll speak to later in the presentation. Revenues in the utility funds exceeded budget estimates by about $1.7 million. Utility fund expenditures were under budget, and that was primarily due to savings from position vacancies, savings realized in repair and maintenance service contracts, and lower than expected utility usage at city facilities. And that all ties to what we were dealing with last year with the pandemic. Also, staff focused a significant amount of time to the pre-construction phases of major capital investments that are underway. And those include the SCADA system, the booster chlorination station, and the meter replacement project. So that focus delayed work on other capital projects. The fund balance in the general fund at year end is $10.4 million. And this table to the left mirrors the table in the agenda bill, and it outlines the $6.5 million that the City Council has committed to restricted uses and for assignments and one-time investments in the 2021-2022 biennium. Once you add to that the nearly $1.6 million in carryovers from fiscal year 2020 to the 21 and 22 budget requested in Ordinance 2107 tonight, the remaining surplus is $2.24 million. This represents the unassigned fund balance. And for context, we included the contingency fund and utility fund balances on this slide as well. And so I'm going to provide some background into how we ended up with the $2.24 million surplus. And it's really for 3 main reasons: better than anticipated general sales tax revenues and business and occupation tax revenues, new revenues from the Ground Emergency Medical Transport Program, which we discussed in March, and finally, savings across the organization and all of the departments on the expenditure side of the budget. Let's talk about sales tax. So at year end, the city received $4.6 million in general sales tax, and that exceeded the September forecast projection by over $500,000. The September forecast was based on revenue actuals from January through June of last year. We also took into account what was happening in the region and the state within the economy at that point in time. Similar to our neighboring cities, we took a cautious stance with the revenue forecast through the end of the year. So this chart depicts the deterioration between Q1 to Q2 of last year that we saw in sales tax revenues, which coincided with the quarantine in place mandates with the Governor's Safe Start plan. This directly informed the city's forecast, which is depicted in the red trend line. The economy proved to be more resilient, and it performed better the last 6 months of 2020 than most expected. So this chart depicts all quarters of 2020. And for the third and fourth quarters, the city generated $2.5 million in general sales tax revenues, $140,000 more than the same period in 2019. In fact, sales tax revenues over the last 6 months of 2020 outperformed the same period in 2019 and 2018. This chart compares the September 2020 forecast, which is the gray line, to actual revenues in 2020, which is the orange line. You can see in June a notable split from the forecast where actual revenues exceeded the projections. After July, the 2020 revenue actuals exceeded fiscal year 2019 sales tax revenues. So you can see that reflected in the yellow bars at the bottom of the chart, which illustrate by how many thousands 2020 actuals exceeded 2019 actuals. This was extraordinary sales tax activity compared to prior years, specifically in new areas of the economy. We took a closer look at the sales tax data that we receive monthly from the State Department of Revenue, and the data is organized by the federal classification system used to analyze U.S. business economic data, which are known as NAICS codes. After mining the data, we identified the top 5 sectors in 2020 who generated the greatest increase in sales tax revenues compared to the year prior, which are listed in the table on this slide. Typically, you see the construction sector at the top of this list, but in 2020, it was one of the most underperforming sectors compared to the prior year. Retail sales, business support services, and state shared revenues were the top drivers in sales tax revenues in 2020. In other revenues, we saw an uptick in business license and B&O taxes. Since the city joined the state's business licensing service, the number of businesses that are licensed has increased. The city uses the state's list of licensed businesses to determine who should receive a B&O tax return. So as more businesses are licensed, we send out more returns. And we are seeing these two revenues increase and normalize as a result of better license management at the state level. Also on March 16th, we presented council background on the federal program that Mercer Island enrolled in last year that provides reimbursements for providing emergency medical transports to Medicaid patients, which resulted in $232,000 of new revenue. On the other side of the ledger, we also added to the year-end surplus. So spending was restrained largely due to the 3 rounds of cost-saving measures in which service levels were reduced based on the state's Safe Start restrictions and guidelines. So year-end expenditures were 90% of the amended budget and $2.1 million less than general fund expenditures in 2019. We typically end the fiscal year around 98% of budgeted expenditures when compared to actuals. So this was a notable difference compared to prior years. And I want to emphasize that this savings was not by chance. It is the result of a concerted effort shared by council and across the organization. Staff from every department protected the city's financial position and recognizing that at the time of the pandemic, there has been no end in sight, and that the work was and it is still ongoing, and that it's incumbent on staff to find the resources to restart and reopen services in a state that was better than before the pandemic. So the recommendation before council this evening is twofold. First, we recommend that council consider appropriating $295,000 of the $2.24 million general fund surplus on immediate one-time needs as depicted in this chart and described in the agenda bill. Staff will return to council at a later date to discuss potential uses of the larger surplus. Second, staff proposes council amend the 21-22 biennial budget to carry over funds to complete work in the current year that began in fiscal year 2020, as outlined in Exhibit 2 of the Budget Amending Ordinance 2107. We are recommending carryover requests that total $1.59 million in the general fund and $1.43 million in other funds for a total of $3 million in carryover requests. So this is the recommendation that is in your agenda bill. If approved tonight, council is agreeing to the staff proposal to use to the use of these specific uses of the general fund surplus. The formal budget amending ordinance will come later with the first quarter of 2021 financial status update, which is scheduled to come before council on May 18th. And so with that, I'm happy to end my presentation. I will stop sharing my screen and happy to answer questions from the council.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks, Matt. First, I just want to say thank you to the staff. Obviously, looking back at last year was a very unpredictable year, but I think the speed at which decisions were made was impressive and also very thoughtful at the same time. I think really set us up for a good year that was very unpredictable. So I just want to say thank you. I know that those decisions were not easy, and making them was not, even being in a position to make them was not something we expected, but I think tonight we sort of see what those results were in terms of the financial position we're in now. So I just want to say thank you for all your work around that. Matt, my question is actually on the telecommunications tax revenue. Do we have a theory as to why that went down so much, given a year that most people were teleworking and teleschooling and telezooming?
I don't have an answer on that specific detail at the moment. Happy to get back to you on that, to look at those specific numbers across the past few years to get a more specific comparison, if that would be helpful. But at the moment, I don't have an answer. I'm happy to encourage any of my colleagues who have any insights at hand at the moment.
It's all right if no one does.
Okay, thank you. So perhaps, Matt, you might want to just follow up with the council member.
Will do.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, I just want to echo Dave and say thank you very much, Matt. That's great information and a great slide deck that makes it really clear to understand. Two things. I'm just curious if sales tax was up everywhere, or are we unique in that regard? That was an extraordinary number, so I'm curious about that. And then I just want a little more detail on the carryover expenses or any other outstanding items we left, or is this the complete list of carryovers from the previous biennium?
To the second question, this is the comprehensive list. It spans both the operating and the capital budgets. We looked at great detail at all the requests from the organizations and really distilled them down to work that is most certainly going to be completed in this fiscal year, and work that we only looked really at projects that were started in fiscal year 2020. So I think there's been a little bit of a sea change within the organization about how we handle carryovers, and we're really focusing on just completing work that was started.
So we'll be caught up and done by then. Okay.
Yeah. And to your first question, please remind me.
Sales tax, it seems extraordinary. Are we unique in that regard, or did everybody see an increase in sales tax with more people at home ordering online?
It's hard to say. I spent most of my time just looking at our data on the island. While we saw numbers increase within specific NAICS sectors, within specific sectors of the economy, we also saw there were notable decreases in areas where we typically can rely on reasonable sales tax revenues. And so construction was down, and that was a notable difference compared to prior years. I think we were buoyed by online sales. That's what we can glean from the data. There was a lot of economic activity in the latter part of the year, which nobody really could confidently say was going to happen.
Whoops, sorry, Deputy Mayor Weicker, I'll just chime in and say it was a mixed bag across the other cities. I think it really depended on the mix. I remember the city of Covington city manager telling me that their sales tax was off the charts because they have an Airstream dealership that just sold out all their inventory last year. That might be a slight exaggeration, but I meet weekly with the King County city managers, and predicting sales tax was an art, not a science last year. It just depended. Likewise, Tukwila saw a decline, the mall, right? All the, so mix. I'm not sure actually where the other cities concluded, but it's a great question.
I don't see any, I don't, Councilmember Neese.
So first, just to speak briefly to Councilmember Rosenbaum's question, the decline in the telecommunications, we had received this messaging from previous staff. There was a general erosion due to cord cutting that had been occurring for quite some time, and that may have been accelerated in the pandemic. People shifting away from cable franchise agreements that tend to pay the city quite a bit of revenue and shifting to online that don't. There was some erosion with that.
That's my thought was.
One thing I want to say is, having gone through these biennium updates, quarterly updates many, many times, is that this was very unusual. It was very unusual to try and project a pandemic. It was unusual to miss the mark on a sales tax revenue increase in a pandemic. It was really unusual to not forecast the 10% expenditure savings that we had, because we took actions that were really unconceived. Nobody would have thought we would have done what we did, but they were all one-time initiatives. And I think that what is equally refreshing is the way, Matt, the way you've presented this. There's been no pride in a budget being off the mark or a forecast that was conservative, not ending that way, or cost cutting estimates ending up south of where we thought they might have been. What I thought you did tonight is present very honestly, without any defensiveness, the facts, the reality, and that presents the council a really concrete and productive path forward. And that hasn't always been the case around here. And I think it's really refreshing to see that, and it's really actionable to get that kind of feedback so that we can look at how we pull out of the pandemic. And I hope the public understands that sitting on a surplus as we are is a very enviable position. We cut hard and we cut early in the pandemic when we knew that there was really nothing that we could be doing with a lot of furloughed staff that couldn't be put to work. And we're now in a rebuilding phase, and we're early in a rebuilding phase. There are still municipalities that are dealing with deficits and making cuts. And hopefully we will benefit because there will be staff that will be looking for employment, and hopefully we'll pick up the people that we need and put them in the right seats in the right place in the organization. So that's super refreshing, and kudos to you and the rest of your staff, Matt, because I haven't seen that type of honesty in financial presentations from the city in a long, long time. So with that, I'll make a motion to suspend the City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3, requiring a second reading for an ordinance. I trust we'll take these one at a time.
Can I ask you to hold off on that, Councilmember Neese? There are some other hands raised, so I think at this time I'll recognize Councilmember Reynolds.
Great job on this, Matt, and then thank you for your patience with the 1,001 questions I asked you before the meeting. Just one additional question, which is the fact that the sales tax forecast and the sales tax actuals and B&O tax were somewhat greater, in fact, significantly greater than we forecast. What implications does that have on the city for 2021? Should we think about revising our budget forecast for that purpose?
That's a fair question. Given the work plan ahead of us and all the things that we're working towards accomplishing, the next time that I'm planning to sit down and revise the revenue forecast is in September. So I think we'll be there before we know it. And the plan, and unless directed otherwise, is to bring to council a revised revenue forecast in the fall.
So based on your best professional judgment, would you suggest there's probably some conservatism in those forecasts for those two line items at least?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for either you, Matt, or for the city manager, but can one of you speak to the appropriations that are being recommended?
Gosh. I have to turn on 2 microphones, and tonight I'm forgetting to click 2 buttons, even though I have sticky notes reminding me to do so all over the place. First up, we're recommending a $100,000 appropriation one time to address right-of-way maintenance work on Island Crest Way and also in the town center down 78th. Right, Jason? 78th. Both of these, yes, thank you. Every time I'm in a meeting with Jason, I have to clarify I've got the right street. Both of these items were cut or reduced prior to the pandemic, and they may not qualify for funding under the American Rescue Plan funds, which, by the way, Council, we haven't talked to the community about this a whole lot yet. This will be coming at your April 27th planning session, but the city will be receiving about $5.6 million in federal funding as a result of the pandemic to help with a number of things pandemic related. So I'm recommending we use our year-end fund balance for right-of-way because we did make those cuts back in 19 prior to the pandemic. We need a boost here, an infusion of one-time dollars to go in and get caught up on that maintenance, implement a planting plan. And we think that this will make a lot of people happy, including a number of you on the council that bring it up regularly. And I will not name any names. So that's item number 1. Just a friendly reminder, this is subject, that work is subject to discussions with our AFSCME union. And so we're not sure how we will do the work yet. It will perhaps be contracted, perhaps be some overtime or both. So that discussion will happen once the appropriation is made. The other item is a request for professional services funding, again, one time. And I'll tell you, again, to Councilmember Neese's point about being humble when we don't quite get it right. We restructured the entire staff, the entire organization last year. And I think one of the things that I really failed to recognize is the amount of time it takes to rebuild the organization on top of running the organization, not to mention the vacancies that we currently have. We didn't leave ourselves a lot of wiggle room. So a couple of things have happened. We have a long-term leave, medical leave coming up in our planning department. We are thinly staffed in that department. We cannot go with a 4 to 5 month vacancy without backfilling. We didn't budget for one-time temporary resources for things like backfills. So that's one need I have for those reserves. The other thing we're finding, tried and tested over time, is when we do public meetings, we actually need to bring on a consulting firm to help us host the meeting. The Mercerdale Park Playground meeting we held last week, I contracted with the same firm that's supporting us on the pros plan. And we had 2 staff working with us to manage the back ends of those meetings. Again, didn't budget for those resources, but in a virtual environment, we need some additional horsepower. So those are some of the examples of things that we're dealing with. Also, where we have vacancies and we're having trouble filling the permanent position, I may be able to use a consultant or someone else to cover that. So we need some flexibility in terms of professional services. And the last one, I'm going to ask, I'm not even going to attempt this one, the paid family medical leave program, switching from the voluntary plan to the state plan. Allie Speets, our chief of administration, is hopefully somewhere in the background to save us all from what will probably be a terrible explanation from me. Thank you, Allie.
Remind me what I'm explaining.
The appropriation request for the PFML program to switch from the voluntary plan to the state plan.
All right. So in 2019, when the Paid Family Medical Leave Act was implemented with the legislature, they offered jurisdictions the option to implement a voluntary plan or go with the state plan. There's about, I think, 7 cities that are on a voluntary plan, like we are. And they're, so the majority of jurisdictions, counties, cities, are all on a state plan. So our recommendation is to switch to the state plan. The previous leadership of the city made the decision to do the voluntary plan, but from what we can tell, maybe the information wasn't quite correct. So basically what we would like to do is, instead of the city administering the plan, we would switch to the state plan. And what will happen then is an employee, if they need to take paid family medical leave, they have to meet the eligibility requirements, and then they would apply to the state. We would then put the employee on a no pay status. They would still continue to receive their benefits, and then they would be paid from the state, not by the city. And so this, while it does take some staff time to administer the program, we think this is a better solution for the city to have the state administer the plan instead of the city.
If I may offer as well, the previous approach on many of things had been to bring items in-house to quote unquote save money. What ends up happening, particularly in our HR department, which is quite small, is they just get stacked up with a whole bunch of little tasks that add up to being not manageable. And so this, while this hasn't been a huge impact on our administration, it really is a program that we should have the state manage, like most of the other cities are doing. So we have an opportunity now. The appropriation covers the city's cost of rejoining the program. The state has said that they will let us in, and we won't have to pay anything retroactively. There will be a tax applied to staff payroll, and we will be working once it's appropriated to implement it. Council, I want to be transparent and let you know that this may require bargaining with our various unions. So we're still working through those details.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
I'd like to carry on from what Councilmember Neese had to say about candor and about being clear-headed and forward-looking that's taking place on the staff. And I refer to the city manager, to our chief of administration, and to our finance manager and all other department heads for taking looks at things and asking the question, can we do this better? And while not throwing the baby out with the bath necessarily. And I think I echo the comments that I've had from a number of citizens that this has been a very refreshing change from years past, and without throwing dirt on anybody's graves or anything, but it's a really great way to go forward. And while the cutting that we did last year was painful, I can tell you from bitter experience that it's better to have been conservative in what one does, that is to say, aggressive in taking a look at what the future may be, than having to suddenly be confronted by something that requires immediate action and it gives you no place to go. And I think that what we've done and the rebuilding that we're doing in a number of things, Parks and Rec not being alone among them, is fantastic. So I'd like to commend what our department heads and the staffs have done, because I think they're keeping us in a good place and leading us to a better place. And I'm appreciative for that.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. I'll just say this before I ask Councilmember Neese to start the making of the motions. But again, this obviously has been a very challenging year. I mean, budgeting is an art more than a science, and even more so than this past year. And for those folks who may be wondering, scratching their heads, $2.24 million in surplus. Number one, it's good news. Number two, who was to know and who could predict the sales tax revenue, the D&O tax revenue? And, I think the staff, city manager, finance director, again, have been commended, and they deserve the credit for taking a very conservative approach, because that's where all the indices were pointed during the first half of 2020. And so painful as it was, it has put us in a good position to come back and be better. So having said that and seeing nobody else's hands raised, Councilmember News, do you want to start us on the motion parade?
I will. So I move to suspend the City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3, requiring a second reading for an ordinance.
Is there a second? Moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds to suspend the second reading. I'm sorry, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Anderl?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye. Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye. Councilmember Neese, do you want to?
I move to adopt ordinance number 21-07, amending the 2021-2022 biennial budget.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Jacobson to adopt ordinance number 21-07, amending the 2021-2022 biennial budget. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, could you please repeat who made the motion, seconded it?
That was Councilmember Neese, seconded by Councilmember Jacobson.
Thank you. We have some delay on my end, at least. Okay, Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
And Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move to appropriate a portion of the fiscal year 2020 budget surplus to the following: $100,000 for public right-of-way cleanup and replanting, $45,000 to switch the state-run paid family medical leave plan, $150,000 to hire professional services / contracts as needed to support the 2021-22 work plan goals.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Neese to appropriate a portion of the fiscal year 2020 budget surplus as stated in the motion, and seconded by Councilmember Anderl. Questions? Okay, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
And Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Great, thank you. Motion passes. I want to ask the council if you want to take a few-minute break at this point. I'm seeing heads nod no. City manager and staff, how are we doing? Okay.
You may have a divided group there, Mr. Mayor. I'm seeing.
That's fine. So let's go ahead and take can we take a 10-minute break and come back and finish up our agenda? Come back at, how about we come back at 8:10?
Thanks.
Mayor, for some reason, I can't get my video back.
Councilmember Jacobson, we're working on that right now. And Mr. Mayor, this is also to let you know we're back live.
Good, thanks.
There you are.
Oh, there you are, Jake. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We now move to the last item of regular business, which is item number 13 on your agenda. This is Agenda Bill 5844, Town Center Moratorium, Commercial Stability Analysis Discussion continued. And we're going to welcome back Jeff Thomas, CDD Director, and also welcome Sarah Luvis, who is our Economic Development Coordinator. Jeff, Sarah, I'll leave it to you to start the presentation.
Thanks, Mayor. Good evening, Council, for the final time tonight. As the Mayor mentioned, Sarah Bluvis, our Economic Development Coordinator, is joining us for this item, as is Elliot Weiss from Community Attributes. Sarah, you're going to share your screen, I think, and we've got just we've got a few slides here we'll run through quick, and then we'll double back, I think, to use them as guidance for the discussion that may ensue.
Okay, can you see this PowerPoint?
Yep.
Great. Take it away, Jeff.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, so we'll start with just a quick refresher. This is an overview of the Town Center Moratorium. Some key dates there on the left. On the right, of course, is the boundary of the Town Center sub-area plan with the area of moratorium highlighted in red in the lower right corner. The goal for tonight's item here is to have council provide any direction that it may choose to staff for any additional analysis that you'd like to see that we would come back with at a future date, and or to explore any other options that you may want us to look into and study further related to actions that could involve code amendments or otherwise with regards to ending the moratorium. Next slide, please. So from our April 6th conversation, there were generally two topic areas that we took from that conversation after Elliot's presentation and some Q&A. One was the adjustment of inputs that go into the pro forma model. There were a few that were brought up by council members at that meeting, including future population growth, per capita spending, as well as utilizing a different capitalization rate or capitalization rate range. So, and again, we're going to come back to this slide to kick things off, but generally speaking, I think the questions for council to consider would include whether there's any interest in having additional analysis completed with the one or more of these inputs being modified or other inputs that we haven't discussed yet. And then if there is interest, if there's specific levels that the council would be interested in seeing additional analysis done at. And then we'll move to the second subject matter area or topic. Sarah, thank you. And this was another concept that came up at your last meeting regarding a no net loss requirement. So generally speaking, when we talk about preserving commercial, the idea would be we could look into further a no net loss provision that would be added to the development regulations for the town center. It would likely need to be accomplished on a parcel by parcel basis. I think there was a little conversation a few weeks ago about scale. And after talking with Elliot further and looking into it a little bit, we think the parcel by parcel would be the most likely route to go. It could be accomplished through a few different means. One would be simply through redevelopment, which would generally be upsizing the amount of commercial that we're seeing then in new mixed use redevelopment, vertical mixed use. Another option could be to attempt to retain some or all of existing commercial on a project site and look at creating more of a horizontal mixed use type of development. And then the third option would be some combination of A and B together. So questions to consider here include, is the council interested in further exploring this? And then an additional question is, are there other regulatory options the council is interested in exploring as well. So I think we've got a few more slides. We'll move through those really quick. The next slide. Oh, yeah. The next slide is just and we'll circle back to these if we need to for your discussion. This is the town center zoning. So again, a friendly reminder, most of the moratorium area in the lower right corner is TC3, 3 stories, 39 feet of height limit. But we also have a little bit of TCMF, 3 stories, 39 feet, as well as a few properties that are in the TC4 zone as well. And then Sarah, let's go to the last slide. This slide, I think we will need at some point during the council's conversation. This is from the code, and those pink lines that line the street frontages there within the town center boundary indicate where the commercial, retail, restaurant, personal service requirements, where that requirement exists in the town center. So where you don't see those lines currently, there is not a requirement to provide that street level commercial presence. So with that said, that's the end of our slide deck. Mayor, if you're okay, I think we might just go back to the topic area number 1 slide so the council can see that again, and then we can leave that up, or we can reduce that screen while the council has some discussion on that. Oh, and I think you're muted there.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. Why don't we just leave it so people can see that? And Councilmember Reynolds, you have a question?
Actually, some comments and requests. Is now an appropriate time, or do you want only questions at this point?
I was just looking for questions in connection with topic 1.
Yes, topic 1. No questions yet, but when you're ready for comments, let me know.
Oh, all right. Okay, in that case, Deputy Mayor White.
Yeah, thanks, John. Could you or Elliot just explain the no net loss and how that might be different from extending the retail frontage down 78th?
Well, I think that's a good question, Deputy Mayor. I think they could end up working together in a way. So the no net loss, it was discussed at our last meeting that there has been a general decline in commercial retail space in the town center over a period of a number of years as there has been some redevelopment occur. So generally what we see in new mixed use development in the Mercer Island Town Center is a smaller square footage than your typical, it doesn't happen in every case, but on average, it's been happening where we're adding back less new commercial square footage than what's being removed to initiate a vertical mixed use redevelopment. So the no net loss, a no net loss provision would enact that there would be more or less a Kodak moment in time where on this date, there was this inventory of commercial retail square footage in the Mercer Island Town Center. That would become a benchmark that would roll forward in time so that as properties do redevelop, that no net loss provision could be administered on a parcel by parcel basis to ensure that we don't dip below that cumulative amount of retail commercial square footage that's established at that benchmark point. Now, in regards to, I think the second part of your question was related to the map with the neon kind of pink color type lines that requires that ground level street frontage, commercial retail. That could be used in vertical mixed use redevelopment. That could be used to offset the commercial that's being removed from a site upon redevelopment, or it could be used in part to offset if there was existing commercial that could be retained depending on the size of a redevelopment site.
Does that answer your question, Deputy Mayor? Okay, Councilmember Anderson.
Sorry, just a hand up as a placeholder for when you're ready for comments. I don't actually have any questions right now.
Oh, okay. I'm going to ask a question then regarding this topic one, and I'm not sure where all that background noise is coming from. On the cap rate range, obviously on the examples that were added in the materials, the lower the cap rate, the more profitable a development looks like. Elliot, can you speak to that? And I think it was raised earlier too, whether or not the cap rate that you have in your study or in the paper is reflective of Mercer Island being a relatively safe investment, I suppose, in terms of risk that investors might have. But can you speak to that, whether or not the range should be changed?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to council as well. First time I've spoken up, but glad to be back. The capitalization rates are absolutely a sensitive input in our modeling. We use them to calculate project value. So you are right, Mr. Mayor, that if we hold constant our assumption for the purchase price of the land, then it would show a development to be more feasible or get a higher rate of return the lower we push the cap rate. So what we have as far as data points are limited because the data on cap rates, at least as far as comparable properties, rely on transactions for similar properties having taken place. And those only happen every so often. The two that we presented the last time around were in town center at 4% and 4.5%. CBRE, the commercial real estate company, also publishes data for different market areas around the country. And so for high-end retail uses in the greater Seattle market, they think the representative range as of the end of 2020 was a little bit higher than what we see in those two comparables for town center. They pegged it at a range of 4 3/4 to 5 1/4. And so that's what we used in our model as an assumption, because CBRE has access to transaction data that we don't through third-party sources, and they likely have more than just those two data points at 4% and 4.5%. So I do think that it's justifiable to look at a lower cap rate range, but I think if we go too low, then we might be looking at something that is just based on an outlier in the data, a single data point that may not be representative of broader market conditions.
Just a quick follow-up. But a 4 cap rate, it sounds like it's a reasonable thing to have for Mercer Island, or to at least consider.
Based on what we can see in the data, which again is limited, I would say that'd be at the low end we would expect to see from Mercer Island. I think the 4.5 that we were seeing at that other data point is probably reasonable. And even that is lower than what CBRE is saying for high-end retail throughout the greater Seattle market. So that already would indicate that Mercer Island is a pretty safe investment, at least in the eyes of investors.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. Elliot, can you talk a little bit about just looking at this page 17 of your report here, the future demand for retail, that seems to focus only on Mercer Island residents. Have you factored in growth in the region, assuming that it's not only island residents that are shopping in our town center? Can you talk a little bit about that and sort of what that might change the model?
Absolutely. So a full sort of retail trade capture analysis wasn't part of the scope of this, but that would take into account where you draw your spending from and how much you're capturing of island residents versus how much spending you're importing from others throughout the region. The way we account for that mathematically in this study is just to take your total taxable retail sales per capita, total taxable retail sales being everything you bring in, not just everything you bring in from the residents, and then divided by your residents to project it out based on population growth. So it kind of bakes in the spending that you're receiving from other residents, but normalizes it only on the basis of those who are actually living in Mercer Island.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just to be clear, it doesn't count for that spending. It's just that spending is coming from the numerator, the total taxable retail receipts, but it's normalized on something other than the actual number of people doing that spending.
Okay, so it's not $20,000 per island resident then?
That's what it averages out to, but it's not, the storytelling behind that data is not that each island resident is spending $20,000.
Got it. Thanks.
It could be the case that each island resident is actually spending 10, but then you're also importing $10,000 per island resident from non-island residents that happen to be doing spending in Mercer Island.
Right. It's just interesting to consider as sort of growth on either side of us here and how that might impact us down the future.
Hey, Jeff, can you stop sharing at this moment?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So I know we have a couple of placeholder hands up there, but who are wanting to make comments. Are there any other questions that people might have at this point regarding the topics? Again, potential changes on inputs, whether or not it's future population growth, per capita spending, cap rate range, any other inputs that people might want CI to further analyze. I don't see anybody. Oh, one question I do have is getting to Councilmember Rosenbaum's question about the retail spending. There's no analysis regarding the type of retail. I mean, I'm just curious, how does that factor into this whole discussion? Because I know, Elliot, your firm concluded that Mercer Island has capacity to support another 30,000 square feet of retail, but what is, again, I doubt if everybody wants to support, I mean, maybe this is all part of capitalism, that we're all not going to get a bunch of nail salons or, spas or whatever else, but how do you factor in retail mix, or do you?
It's a great question, and one that I think came up last time. I know we were going to have a follow-up discussion about that this time around. What I was able to do in the intervening couple of weeks is get some custom data from the Department of Revenue to better break down the spending categories that contribute to your total taxable retail sales receipts. And I think I would love some direction on what types of spending you would like us to consider. We talked a lot last time about construction and the retail sales tax that's applied to certain aspects of the construction industry. It looks like of that $20,000 roughly per capita that we were showing initially, the construction industry accounts for about a third of that. So if we subtracted that out and then divided it by the residents in Mercer Island to get a revised per capita number that is all taxable retail sales, excluding taxable retail sales for NAICS 23, which is the construction industry sector, it's more like $13,100 per capita. Now, we could look at an even more limited selection of industries. I pulled some additional data for NAICS 44 and 45, which is your traditional sort of retail sector, grocery stores and things like that, as well as food and beverage, NAICS 72, and came up with a number that was closer to $7,000, $7,500 per capita. And so that might be better aligned with the types of retail uses that are required in the town center code. That was just shown on screen, and I jotted it down: retail, restaurant, or personal services, which really is a subset of what you derive taxable retail sales receipts from, but again, might be better aligned with town center specifically and the uses envisioned there. Now, if I may, population growth has also come up. It came up a couple of weeks ago, and that was another thing I suspected we would discuss here tonight. We were using initially a rather conservative estimate of population growth. There are different data sources in the mix, right? You can look at ACS population estimates from the Census Bureau or the Washington State Department or Office of Financial Management, rather, OFM. We were originally using something that showed only, I think it was 1,100 or 1,200. No, it was just under 1,000. I think 970 new residents through 2040. That again was based on a 2019 count from ACS, and it was based on the 2040 PSRC forecast. The 2019 count from OFM is actually lower than ACS. And if we took your current housing growth targets that are going to go into the PSRC's revised 2044 forecast, which is for over 1,200 housing units, multiplied out by a representative number of people per household, you'd end up showing much more robust population growth. All of which is to say that depending on the inputs we choose for the analysis, you could show a range of supportable square footage. And that range hasn't gone below, with any of those inputs, what we showed the first time around. So I know there are a lot of numbers flying around here, but our original inputs using the ACS data for population in 2019 and the PSRC's 2040 forecasted population, but the higher per capita spending number resulted in about 30,100 net new square feet of retail. If we chose the most aggressive end of the spectrum here, which would be the OFM 2019 population count and an approximation based on the new household targets that you'll have for the 2044 forecast, that could show up to 57,534 square feet. Sorry for being overly precise there, but that's the number I jotted down in my notes of retail. And if we sort of land somewhere in the middle where we, keep maybe the OFM and the housing units projection for 24, but we reduce the spending per capita to show only retail aligned with town center of about 7,400 per capita, we land very close to where we originally were at about 31,400 square feet of supportable retail. All of which is to say that we can toggle these variables any which way you'd like. The data sources each come with their own pros and cons. But I think that we were sort of in the right range in the low 30s as a planning level estimate. And if anything, it doesn't look like we would be showing a lower number of supportable square feet. We might be showing a little bit larger number of supportable retail square feet.
Thank you. Okay, I have a number of hands, but again, I'm not sure if there's just placeholder hands. So Councilmember Reynolds, do you just still want to make a comment or do you have a question?
Comments now, still.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Andros, just a comment at this point?
No, I actually do have a question.
Okay.
I was looking at the no net loss code requirement, and I realized that I thought that I understood the difference between vertical mixed use redevelopment and horizontal mixed use development. But I realized that now I couldn't describe them to someone, which means I don't really understand them. So can you clarify that?
Sure. So vertical mixed use is typically what you're seeing new construction in the town center. So you've got a ground floor commercial in Mercer Island, then you typically will have multiple floors of residential above that. Horizontal mixed use is where you would have your commercial and your residential in a pure sense separated from one another on the same project site. So using a Mercer Island example where you've got some existing single-story commercial that's already on site, if a property was to go and add a residential, let's say a 4-story building to part of that site with some structured parking, then you would have more of a horizontal mixed use where you would have your commercial in one building, you would have residential in another. And then of course, various blends to that where you can interchange that combination a few different ways to end up with a variety of uses on a single project site.
Okay, so horizontal doesn't necessarily mean single story.
Not necessarily, correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, so I'm going to draft off Lisa, and I'm thinking about vertical and horizontal and retail and affordable retail. And I'm thinking about coming out of the pandemic. I'm thinking about light rail. I'm thinking about growth management numbers, and all of that kind of leads back to parking. And I know we have a parking study coming. So if we were to do this no net loss provision going forward, what's your best guess on how that would impact parking needs for this part of the moratorium that we're talking about? Are there any guesses there?
Not exact guesses, but I can say that any future development that would involve retaining existing commercial and building either a mixed-use building or strictly a residential building would need to have some sort of structured parking, because you're most likely going to be taking existing parking to redevelop that portion of a site. So there's going to have to be parking going back in, and probably more parking than what was there formerly, because you're also adding additional development to the site.
So that changes the math on whether or not a project would actually get done for whatever requirements we'd put in place.
And maybe Elliot can speak to that a little bit, because we have talked about parking and the impact of parking on feasibility. But Elliot, can you just run through quickly the economics of when commercial is part of a residential building and when it's not, and then how parking factors into that?
Yes, I can try. Absolutely. As you might imagine, there's a lot to unpack there, and so much of it is down to the specific design of a given project on a given site. I generally think about vertical versus horizontal mixed use as being either in the same building or not. And if it's not in the same building, it could be a single-story commercial use or a multi-story commercial use, but it allows the other building, at least under a no net loss provision, to still just be single-use multifamily or whatever it is they want to build. So in the situation where under a no net loss provision, you would be retaining an existing commercial use rather than rebuilding it, so that you can, on the same site, do a single-use multifamily project. My understanding is, at least under current code, which would be carried forth as long as you chose not to change it, you'd still have to park whatever the commercial use that was on site was, and then you'd have to provide all of the required parking by code for the new multifamily or other use that you're building on the remainder of the site, say infill for a surface parking lot that was already there. That might mean that just based on the amount of land available on the parcel or assemblage of parcels, that you can no longer park it with just a surface lot. There just isn't the land area for it. And so you might have to move to a parking structure or underground parking on the part of the site that isn't currently accommodating the existing commercial use. Jeff asked about the economics of that. I mean, the economics are almost always challenging, but that's not a good enough reason to say you should abolish parking requirements. Generally speaking, throughout the central Puget Sound region, and boy, this was true several years ago. I'd imagine the number's quite a bit higher now, but it used to be at least $250 a square foot that you would need to justify even considering some sort of structured parking on site. Otherwise, the rents just didn't justify the added construction costs. I imagine these days, because land costs have also increased, construction costs have also increased, you would need to be generating significantly higher than that, $325 a square foot. But our model wasn't set up exactly to find what the threshold was at which you can afford to do structured parking. The assumption we made in the model that just because sites are constrained and there's only so much land to support surface parking, that if you went to a fourth story, you would choose to do some sort of structured parking as opposed to surface. So happy to clarify any of that if it was unclear. I know that was a lot, but it's kind of the relationship of parking to both horizontal and mixed use in broad brushstrokes.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
This is a question for Jeff. Can you tell us, prior to the town center code being last changed, which I thought was in 2016, didn't the south end of town center, the area within the moratorium, have a retail requirement? And wasn't the zoning largely the same in terms of height, being TC3, TC4 in those areas? Did that change when the retail requirement was removed?
So my understanding is I believe there was a previous requirement, although I have to admit I haven't actually laid my eyes on that previous code to verify that, but it's certainly been discussed at different levels with the staff and so forth. So, and I'm sorry, what was your follow-up question? The second part?
Well, where I was heading is there used to be a retail requirement in the area, which is now the moratorium. And if staff is suggesting that height didn't really change, the only thing that did change is the retail requirement went away. Why are we having a discussion now about whether it's feasible to build a project with retail when it used to be the case, and all we would be doing is adding that requirement back?
The code certainly may have been something at a prior point in time. Whether that feasibility was studied as part of that initial layout of the requirement to have that under, in this case, a 3-story height limit is, I think, what you're referring to. That's a question I don't know the exact answer to.
Okay, that was my question.
An analysis may or may not have been done on that to implement that provision initially.
Yeah, I mean, I think you understand the nature of my question. I'm just asking, since it used to be, why is it so challenging to continue to be?
I think we had height as part of that discussion.
Staff can't confirm that, so maybe staff can look at it between now and a future meeting. That's all. I really don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, we're happy to go back. We're happy to go back and confirm that one way or the other. So it's just not an answer I have already made at this meeting here this evening.
Yeah, I was on the council at the time. I don't recall, Councilmember Neese, what the requirements were at the time. So, but it would be interesting to see, at least historically, what was there and then what the change was. Obviously, I think the idea was that most of the retail was going to be north. And then any kind of future housing would be in the southern part of the town center, with the heights going down as it approached Mercer Park. But it probably would be worth taking a look at. And so I'm going to ask one quick question just as a follow-up to this whole no net loss. And if either Elliot or Jeff, can you comment if you know of any other communities that have adopted this no net loss as part of their code? And if so, has it played out the way they intended, or have there been unintended consequences?
I can speak. I've taken a look in the last couple of weeks at some other city codes and sub-area plans. I will say the preservation of existing retail, whether it's the physical preservation of specific buildings or locations, that currently exist, or whether it's just a general preservation of the amount of retail within a specified boundary. There certainly is language in a lot of other cities' plans that speak to the desire to do that and that it should be done. But I have not had a lot of success to date in coming up with specific codified provisions then that implement that type of policy, aspirational policy statement. I know Elliot had taken a look at the city of Seattle. And Elliot, you can speak to this if you like. They have a legacy business program. I think it's mostly focused around small businesses, but Elliot, I'll let you expand on that.
Yes, happy to. And I just reiterate what Jeff just said. I also did some poking around to see if I could find some good examples, in particular because I was interested to see how the code was written and what specific exemptions or provisions they put in place. But it's been difficult to find adopted code for a no net loss provision for retail. It's quite common to see at the policy level direction in plans to preserve retail. So that's just something that I think that we're still working on tracking down. Much more common to see in anything codified is a no net loss provision applied to things like ecosystem services and whatnot. So, the concept is there throughout Washington state codes. It's not always applied to commercial uses. About some of the alternative approaches that we did dig up and look into, one that our firm has been involved with a bit was drafting some guidelines for the City of Seattle's Legacy Business Program. As Jeff alluded to, it was based off a number of other communities that had done this. And I know San Francisco was notable among them just because they've had some national recognition for how well this program has worked. It is focused on small businesses. Can't be a subsidiary of something outside the area, so it's got to be locally owned and operated. I think fewer than 50 employees is where Seattle landed, although these are all guidelines that, you know, if you were interested in it, you would tailor as appropriate for Mercer Island. But they go through a nomination process, and then as a result, they get all kinds of resources from the city that helps them stay in business, avoid displacement, and things like that. It's just an alternative approach to making sure that you still have some of these retail uses, these local services, and that they are preserved over time without necessarily changing the underlying zoning. So we're casting a wide net, I think, to try to come up with different ways communities have approached this problem and present those to you when we find them.
Okay, thank you. You know, there's 4 hands currently raised. I'm going to ask those who simply want to make a comment maybe to lower their hands so I don't get overly confused. There will be a time for comments. Okay, so that leaves Deputy Mayor Weicker as one asking a question.
All right, one more. So there's no net loss provision. Does that preserve things like my favorite Thai restaurant or my favorite bookstore? Will those buildings tend to stay and the development happen elsewhere, or does this just create new retail? So what I'm thinking about is retail affordability, right? So like you're just talking about businesses with less than 50 employees and not a national chain. Are we going to preserve the small businesses that we have and love? Or is this going to just lever in a different space? They're going to have to rent in some new 3-story development if it's economical for the property owner to redevelop. Like, help me understand if this no net loss is actually going to preserve the retail we have or just replace it with more expensive retail that is pretty similar to what we're going to get at the north end.
That, Deputy Mayor, I think would largely depend on what the council finalized in some sort of legislative action. So that's a lever. Think of it as a lever that I think we outlined it a little bit in the agenda bill where you could simply just maintain a, square footage of existing commercial space from a certain benchmark point in time forward. That under that scenario, that may not save your favorite Thai restaurant in its existing current form, but it would provide, potentially a square footage for it to be part of that site or another site. A variation on that would be to retain some of the existing commercial 1-story buildings that exist in the town center as sites then would partially redevelop. That could retain your favorite Thai restaurant in its current location, in its current building. So again, there's levers here that could go up or down depending on what the council was desiring if the council was to consider this type of provision. And just quickly, just back to Elliot's last couple of points. You see a lot of aspirational speak to preserving retail in communities, but here we are discussing options, and no net loss provision is not the only option, but here we are discussing provisions that would maybe be groundbreaking in some sort of sense to do something different. Mercer Island only has one town center, so it's important to think forward and think about all possible options on the table.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese.
This question for Elliot. Elliot, in your accounting of the existing retail square footage, you're calling out 339,446 feet of retail that's already established. Do you have an inventory of that? And to what level of detail does the inventory go down to? Does it tell us the suite number within the address, or does it just tell us the parcel?
It's a great question, Councilmember Neese. I may need to follow up with you on that. We can access an inventory through sources like CoStar, which we subscribe to. I would have to double check to see what identifiers they use for the individual retail uses. And Sometimes it is the case that they can give us data in the aggregate, like the total number of retail square feet, but they don't have all of the entries for the individual businesses accessible to. So you might tally up all of the individual entries and they don't quite sum to that 340,000 or something like that. But I'm happy to check and follow up on that. And I'm sure Jeff can either communicate those findings back or I'm happy to correspond otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see it because I think to Deputy Mayor's question about Thai restaurant versus nail salon versus bookstore, there's an appropriate location for different types of businesses, and they're not all going to succeed in any equal square foot of retail. And it would be incumbent on us to try and understand where does the 340,000 square feet of retail reside, how much is frontage, how much is, here and there, and just get a better understanding of that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to follow up on that.
No hands are raised for a question, so I'm going to ask a question and then we'll go to comments. Okay, but the question I have, I think, Jeff, you mentioned something about other regulatory options. Actually, it's in the agenda bill. And so the question is, are there other regulatory options that the City Council is interested in exploring? I guess I'm going to put it back on you and on Elliot because you guys are the experts in this area. And I would, your study shows that there's a demand, at least it can justify the population growth can justify additional retail space or support additional retail. We have a community that's probably wants to keep the height limits of the buildings where they are. And so we have this no net loss possibility, which sounds very attractive on one hand, but I was just curious whether or not you folks have any other ideas out there that the council can sort of think about, knowing the constraints that we have on height limits. And so, anyway, certainly welcome you guys might have. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, just quickly, this will be a short answer for you, Mayor. So there's a do nothing option, which is not changing the code, and we would maintain the current town center regulations. There is an option, I think it might have come up a couple weeks ago in the midst of the discussion of just simply mandating, possibly going back to what was previously based on a discussion here a few minutes ago of a required ground floor, street frontage, commercial retail requirement in the 3-story height limit area. And again, that could have been what we had previously or not. We'll check that. That's on the to-do list. And then I think the council received an email, it was either today or yesterday, from one of our citizens that suggested certainly, another option that's within the realm of possibility, which is to either create either different regulatory requirements or possibly a different town center zone that would be a commercial only zone. Or you amend the town center boundary altogether and remove specific parcels or parts of the town center. You shrink it essentially, and you revert back some of this area to some sort of, neighborhood commercial type zone or something along those lines. So I mean, there's a number of other options. It's really about having the council settle on, what your longer term objective here is for this moratorium area, and then selecting the right tool from the toolbox.
Is it possible, I know Councilmember Reynolds has his hand up, but is it possible for you guys to do some sort of analysis on those various options that you just outlined, Jeff? I mean, if we're being asked to sort of make a decision, or at least it'd be nice to have some more analysis.
Mayor, analysis in terms of financial analysis via Elliot, or a code analysis to frame up what code amendments would look like for each of those, or both?
I think the latter, I mean, but yeah, at least, again, just to elaborate on some of the things that you said. I mean, those are interesting ideas, but I guess I would want to see it in writing. Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay, we're good for comments now, right?
Yes, you've been waiting patiently. Okay.
Yes, you said the last one was the last question.
Okay.
Jeff, could you bring up the option or topic 1 slide to help me remember what I wanted to say, since it's been a while now?
Yep, I think Sarah will bring that up for us.
Oh, Sarah, sorry, thank you. Okay, a couple of comments I wanted to make on requested input changes. 2, I think, are very easy for me. 1 is the future population growth. I don't think it makes any sense to project out 1,200 housing units and 900 population growth. I think those 2 need to be consistent. So we should up the population growth estimate to be consistent with the housing growth target. The second thing is the third bullet point there, the capitalization rate range. We got some information tonight I hadn't picked up on before that suggested somebody was thinking something in the high 4s would be appropriate. But I'm still looking back at the Seattle rate that you showed actual data of 3.9 and 2 transactions here of 4 and 4.5. So I'd like to see the analysis redone at rates of 4, 425, and 450 would be my suggestion. Third comment I would make is the middle bullet point there, the per capita spending. You may recall last time I was skeptical of the $20,000 per capita. It sounds like it's coming back at there is an explanation similar to what I thought it might be for part of that excess anyway. I'm not sure it makes any difference though at the end of the day, but I'd like you to crunch the numbers because it looks like when I did the math that the 20,000 was working out to $1,562 per square foot and your analysis assumed $600 per square foot. So if you cut that 20,000 down by about 2/3, which it sounds like later work made it sound like it would be, it's going to be pretty close to the 600 per square foot anyway that you're using. But I think you should push that through and do a level that is consistent with what real retail spending is. Construction is not retail spending and will have nothing to do with how a town center grows. I'm also going to note that I think beyond doing those simple input adjustments, we need to really rethink the premise of what we're trying to do here. My goal is not preservation of retail. That's important, and I'd be glad if we did that. But I think we need to be aiming higher and saying growing retail. And I think we should be thinking about what sort of analysis we can do to decide what it will take to increase the growth in per capita spending down in town center. What is our vision and strategy as a city? The strategy for economic growth in Bainbridge Island versus Edmonds versus Leavenworth versus Seattle are all fundamentally different. And those strategies that they've adopted for the types of businesses they want to attract are going to inform or should inform the sort of code that you have, I would think. I'm not an expert in this, but I'm sure there are people out there that are experts in developing that strategy and making recommendations on the code we should have to support that strategy. And I think, while I recognize that's a fundamentally different sort of analysis from what we've undertaken so far, I think we need to take on that analysis. And I think it's very important that I'm going to ask if I can get council support to ask Jeff to come back with a proposal for time and cost required to do such a study. I think it would be very important. And so it's one other thing I wanted to say. Maybe I had one other, but you can come back to me. That's probably enough for me to rattle off for right now.
Thank you. Sarah, if you want to stop screen sharing. Thank you. So Councilmember Reynolds brought up some interesting ideas that are at least expanding the scope of our analysis, and I'm just curious whether or not any other council members feels the same way.
Before we do that, I did just think of the one other thing I was going to say. I apologize.
Okay.
The no net loss provision, I think, is a very intriguing idea, and I think that's a very useful first step. I think the moratorium that we have right now has gone on for an embarrassing amount of time. I think it's worth considering the no net loss as a way to get out of the moratorium while we then go back and rethink the strategy elements that I'm talking about. I would make the suggestion, though, that we take some inspiration from what the Planning Commission did when looking at things like wetland preservation and actually create some flexibility. So, for example, if you fill in a wetland, generally speaking, there are often mitigation measures that will allow you to do that. If you create more wetlands somewhere else, maybe we should have a provision in our code that if somebody owns 2 pieces of property in town center, maybe one of them they can take away 10,000 square foot of retail if they add 10,000 somewhere else. And I'd be very open to some flexibility on something like that within a no net loss provision. But I think fundamentally, no net loss is the way to get us out of this moratorium, and we should be pushing for that. Now,
Thank you. I apologize. I don't have probably the right order. I'm going to go with Councilmember Jacobson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm perplexed in some respects. One of the things that perplexes me in general is that we look at things in silos. We're going to have a parking study, so that'll look at it. We're going to have a business development study, and none of these things seem to talk to any others. The Seymour development is a good example of that. I'm not going to go any further into that, but I do believe that we need to have, if holistic is the right term for it, look at what all the possibilities really are. It seems to me that as a group, we're more or less in favor of retaining retail that serves our population generally. And the $64 question is, okay, well, how do we do that? And we may each differ, or some differ from others on that subject. But I would very much like to see what kinds of possibilities we have, not just let's amend this code to do X, but what are the objectives that we are trying to promote here, which I think is not, it isn't original with me. I think several of you have articulated that. And to use that as our method and marry these studies that we're paying for independently of each other to that, and use those so that we can get to a point where we can make an informed decision about the town center. Because we only got one town center, and it's not like Seattle or other places that have someplace else they can go and say, well, we'll just go do that elsewhere. And it's going to seriously affect, I think, our population, and it's got some environmental considerations, because if business withers away, people get in cars and go someplace else. And that's something we want to, I think we were all agreed on. We want to minimize the impacts of the environment of anything we do. And so all that random thinking leads me to want to look more at what ways of looking at no net loss. And there are probably a myriad of ways, not all of which I could think of. And any other sorts of ways that other people have dealt with this, be it at an aspirational level or on a code level, but particularly on the aspirational level, because from my mind, the code is going to follow whatever our aspirations are. That's my 2 cents worth.
City Manager, you joined. Do you want to respond or?
Virtually appeared, so I must have something to say, right? Councilmember Jacobson, you make a good point. I want to mention that there's a really important intersection coming up here. We plan to check in with you, Sarah, May 18th on the town center parking scoping study. So the staff are well aware that these 2 topics are definitely intersecting and have been really intentional about our work. We want to talk to you more about that. 2 of the team members on that project, the town center parking study, are here tonight, Jeff and Sarah. In fact, Sarah is one of the co-leads. So we've got the staff aligned. How we bring all this work together, we'll be talking more about. And so it's not lost on us that these are all overlapping. We've got a couple key milestones coming up to check with you and talk about actually expanding the town center parking study to pick up this code discussion around town center parking specifically. So thank you for raising that.
Okay, well, there's a third leg to that, and that is events. And events are driving us into corners from which it may be very difficult to escape if we don't get on with an integration of these efforts.
Councilmember Jacobson, just events, you mean?
Well, seeing law is a good example. That's gonna change what goes on. The next developer that buys the Rite Aid property down adjacent to Mercerdale, then we're gonna have something else. And pretty soon, we're not gonna have any options.
I see. Development, yes, I understand. I just wanted to clarify what you meant by events. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Councilmember Anderl.
Thanks. So just looking at the questions for discussion, I don't think I'm really interested in having an additional analysis completed with modified inputs, because I think we kind of already know which direction modifying the inputs pushes the study. And I think the current study shows that there's demand for retail, increased retail. I think that the current study shows that we can't afford to lose retail. So like I said, you can model a 4.71% cap rate, but we know which direction all of those numbers push the results. I think I agree with what Salim was talking about a little bit ago, and that is, until the town center code rewrite wasn't south of 29th, capped at 39 feet with a retail requirement. And that's what I recall. I will, obviously be subject to correction on that. But if that's what it was before, I don't see any problem with just returning to that. And so I would be very much in favor of exploring the no net loss code requirement, and probably with a vertical mixed use redevelopment option. I don't think the horizontal, I don't think a 2 or 3 or 4 story complex devoted to retail is really the kind of retail that people would use or want to see. You're not going to go ride an elevator to get to the 3rd floor nail salon or Thai restaurant or bookstore, probably. So that's where I'm coming out.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
So, I think everybody knows that I'm pretty data-driven in my decisions. And as I look at this and the work that Elliot and his team have put together and the information that we've gotten from city staff, it seems pretty concrete to me. I don't know what more data I can ask for. You've basically come back and said that there's the 339,000 square feet of existing retail square footage. There's population growth that may be underestimated, may be overestimated, but either way it calls for additional square foot of retail growth through 2040, 2044. We know that in the area of the south end of town center, the moratorium area, there's 80,000 square feet of the 339 that already exists, and there's no requirement for that to continue to exist. So we have a problem, and this unsolvable problem if the 80,000 square feet goes away. You can't mandate putting that 80,000 square feet back in the north end of town center. Otherwise, you would be downzoning the residential and calling it straight commercial. We know that the data that you provided, Elliot, shows a pattern in redevelopment that every time something redevelops, there's something like an 11% contraction in available retail square footage. And we know that that's due to the code, which says you have to have 100% retail frontage on 78th and 77th, and you get 60% coverage on these cross streets. But it doesn't say that it has to be deep, 10 feet deep, 20 feet deep, or that it has to maintain the existing square footage of the parcel that was there. So we're just getting less. And so the latest development that is in front of the Design Commission right now is a site that is an assemblage of parcels. So it's kind of in this vein of what we're talking about, has 19,000 square feet of commercial retail. And in the redevelopment proposal, it's going to be down to 13,000. So it's a 30% contraction, which is an acceleration of the 11% that you're seeing in your historical data. And I think it's important for the council to understand that, we don't have enough data points to make a trend out of the 11%. And maybe the 30% is an outlier, but it certainly could be greater than 11% as we move forward. Elliot's team has said that we need another 30,000 square feet, but that doesn't count the 6,000 square feet we would lose in the current redevelopment. So it's 36,000 right out of the gate. So acting, waiting and not acting to me is not an option. I think that we have to act now on what we do in the south end of town center, because we can't afford to lose any more retail. And we're going to lose the 6,000 because that's a project that's already vested. So it's why I support a no net loss provision. I'm okay dealing with it by using vertical mixed use and horizontal mixed use, because I think horizontal probably has a role to play in preserving the actual physical improvements that are there, while combining, some sort of additional housing unit or a variety of housing, brownstone, condos, something like that. And I think that the parking study, while it's outside of the moratorium and outside of this specific discussion, is not really detached from the process. And Craig makes a good point that we need to find ways to incentivize the growth of retail. And so I've said that in a parking study where we do a full inventory of every parking spot in the city rights of way within town center, that we're accounting for the available capacity, what the future capacity could be. And then we're looking at what the code could change to make that capacity available at different times of day. If we can do that, and then we can create incentives for small retail restaurants, small retail dining, that's in the 2,000 square foot range, that is net new, street frontage, where we can pull the parking requirement off the site and put it into the city rights of way, we can create incentives that would allow that development to occur where it currently wouldn't happen under existing code, because the retail requirement could be as high as 13 parking spots per 1,000 square feet. So I'm okay moving forward to get the moratorium lifted, which I think all it needs is a no net loss provision and adding back a retail requirement in basically all of town center. You can lift the moratorium at that point. If people want to develop, they can develop. We're immediately in May 18 beginning the scoping of the parking study. I'm sure that we'll have some sort of feedback on the parking study this year. And maybe some future development code changes could be spawned out of that. But I think it's an iterative process, and this is never going to be a one and done. If this council and every future council always has their eye on town center, I think that is the best approach, as opposed to trying to do a very large body of work that is completely comprehensive, that may or may not work, that can't be flexible or adaptable. I think that's probably not the direction I would go in. So I would support doing those actions now.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. I agree with a lot of my colleagues who said, we need to look at this in a more holistic fashion. It's not just about a frontage requirement. It's about, an actual square footage of retail. I think that's really important. I think I hear that from a lot of people and, owners, but also shoppers. So Jeff, my question for you would be, what would you recommend as a best sort of next steps here? If we are indeed sort of moving towards this no net loss perspective and requirement, what would you recommend as our next course of action?
Well, building off the agenda bill materials for your packet this evening, I would recommend that if there is, and it sounds a little bit mixed, if there is additional analysis to supplement the initial draft report from community attributes, we get that direction from council this evening. That would be item number one. Item number two, I am hearing mostly, I think, through maybe with the exception of one council member, some energy to take the next step with framing up a no net loss code provision to bring that to the council to review. So staff would start working on that immediately and would bring that back to the council. I think we've got time reserved at the beginning of June, and present that to the council and receive your feedback on it. And at that point, council may direct us to proceed with a legislative review of that, which would include the Planning Commission, of course, or not.
Thank you. And Jesse, for planning purposes, if we could have a discussion around this in one of our upcoming executive sessions, I think that would be helpful as well to answer some questions that I know I have around potential legal liability.
Thanks. We'll take that under consideration. Some of the questions are ripe for executive session and some may not be, Dave. So we'll get back to you on that.
Thanks.
So the direction that we're been asked is to provide direction to the staff as we try to some sort of conclusion on the moratorium. Listening to everybody, the consensus, I think, is obviously to try to preserve the retail that we have. And I know that Councilmember Reynolds brought up a good point, which was echoed by Councilmember Neese, that we also need to look ahead in terms of trying to find ways to incentivize and to increase the amount of retail. But I guess I would like to see a thumbs up to give direction to Jeff and the rest of the staff in terms of starting the work of trying to develop code language for a no net loss. So if we can, it sounds like there's enough support for that. If you can give thumbs up, let's just give direction. Okay, so Jeff, I think you got direction to do that. And that'll take some time, of course. And then to the extent you can follow up on some of the other questions that were raised tonight, that'd be helpful. But I think this is perhaps the first step to try to come to some sort of closure on the town center moratorium.
Mayor, can I clarify something on that?
Yes.
I just want to clarify that when we provide direction to staff to work on a no net loss, that we're also talking about adding back a retail requirement. I'm not sure that they would work separately. I mean, you wouldn't add a no net loss provision to the north end of town center or only the south end. You would add it to all of town center. And then you would also have a retail requirement for all of town center.
I think we'd probably have to apply town center wide. Jeff, do you have any response? Or I think that was perhaps in your, go ahead.
I had actually assumed that we would include that in what we bring back in the framing of this for the council. So, Councilmember, yeah.
Okay. Does that answer your question then, Councilmember?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, so Jeff, do you have enough guidance at this point to proceed?
I would like to just ask the council just to be super clear. So we are not going to do any additional analysis building on Elliot's draft report at this time then? Is that, we're just going to work on a no net loss provision?
You're talking about whether or not to provide additional inputs?
Correct.
Yeah, I didn't get the sense that people thought that that was something that was actually necessary. Am I wrong? Does anybody feel that, Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, I felt it was necessary. I think it's important that we have a study that we think is realistic, that is archived and in the record, so that when we look back at this 3 years from now, we'll know why we made this decision.
Okay.
But I get the sense I'm in the minority here.
Now, you make a good point. It probably is worthwhile. I mean, I think you've raised your points in your comments. I think others have in the past wanted to make sure that the population figures were correct. And so I'd be of Elliot expanding his, or at least following up on his study to incorporate those changes on the inputs.
Mr. Mayor,
it's pretty easy. We're asking him to do. This is a small additional task.
I'm going to need to get crystal clear because I'm not seeing clear thumbs up and thumbs down here on whether or not we're doing an additional analysis or building on the current analysis.
Fair enough. So is there support for directing Elliot and CAI to supplement their studies, so to basically provide, given the additional inputs, to come back with a corrected study? So basically, we're talking about the population, the cap rate, and the per capita spending. Okay, I see. Okay, there's 4 thumbs up. Okay, so you have that. All right.
Thank you for that clarification. Council, just on a scheduling note, and Jeff, if there's any additional follow-up, please jump in as well. We have our planning to come back to you on June 1st as a follow-up to the town center discussion. So we're a little over a month out.
When does our 6-month moratorium end, Jesse?
Soon. So you will be extending it. We'll be asking you to do that at the May 4th meeting.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay. Any other last questions for staff? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Elliot, for coming. Thank you to Jeff and to Sarah. And now at other business and the planning schedule, City Manager Jesse Bond.
Good evening again, City Council. It's been a long meeting, lots of good policy discussion. Just a reminder, we'll be meeting on Tuesday for your mid-year planning session. The agenda is intended to cover financial policies framework. This is not a deep dive into the financial policies work. It's just an opportunity for Matt to check in with you on the framework for the policies and kind of where he's proposing to go. We're providing a first introduction to the American Rescue Plan funds the city will be receiving. Talking about the potential programmatic components of a YFS levy. I mentioned earlier tonight we'll be I'll be sharing again the 2-year 21-22 work plan, and then also touching on our city council rules of procedure. One thing I wanted to alert you to, and I have an email that did not get sent today, but I promise you it'll go out tonight or tomorrow morning, is normally at the planning session we select the Citizen of the Year. And we do so normally in person, and we ask any guests that are attending our in-person meeting to either leave so we can have the discussion or to stay and keep the information confidential. In a virtual environment, we really don't have the flexibility to turn off the video or stop recording. That's one of the big no-nos of virtual meetings with Open Public Meeting Acts. So the mayor and I talk today again, and we have an alternative process we're going to take a look at, which will begin by you thinking about your nominations for Citizen of the Year, and the mayor will give you a phone call to talk about that and compile the list. We'll probably come back at an open public meeting then and talk about the selection. So between now and Tuesday, there's nothing I can do right now in a virtual environment to make a final decision on this outside of an open public meeting. So again, the mayor's going to reach out to you, think about who your nomination might be for this year. And we're still working on how to do the process because we enjoy the element of surprise. So if you have any ideas for the mayor and I about how to execute this during these challenging situations, we'd sure appreciate your ideas and feedback. Other than that, I will just remind you, your May meetings are really, really full. We are headed into another busy month. So that's part of the reason the town center is out in June 1st to allow us sufficient time to get that work ready and to work through a busy program in May. That's all I have tonight.
Great, thank you. Any upcoming council member absences? Okay, how about council member reports? Deputy Mayor. Okay. Councilmember Andrew.
Nothing to report.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Nothing to report right now.
Councilmember Neese.
Nothing for me either.
And then Councilmember Jacobson.
Nothing to report.
All right, I will echo the same at this point. So at this point, there's no other business to come before the council. The time is now 9:24 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned. Again, as a reminder to the council, please stay seated until the city staff has terminated the broadcast. Stay safe and healthy. And get some rest. Okay.